around talent ID and what we call our football or soccer IQ test and why it is important. So hopefully guys, you're going to love this one. As ever, drop the questions into YouTube for me, and as the questions are coming in, I will flick in between to see if there is any questions relevant to what we're speaking about. And again, I'm looking for you guys to ask me questions for the end of the call as well, so we've got enough content to keep talking through as we work through. So what I will do is I will bring up my trusty whiteboard on here and we'll have a little look, and I'm going to walk you through certain parts of this presentation. Now, just as I connect and we get connected to the screen, fantastic. It's split into 8 to 10 sections. So section 1, and we're going to talk a little bit about the 1,000 things wrong with trial systems. Now, what I want you to do is to help me with this, especially on the live. Can you type in the comments, what are things that you've seen in Talent ID or trial systems that you think have been wrong? What are some of the examples you could give me that you've seen when it comes to pre-season, and maybe for you, your son, your daughter, you're having to trial? What are some of the things that you've seen that you think are wrong or you disagree with? Okay. Now, one of the big things that I can definitely contest to, and for anyone who's watching this for the first time and don't know me, my name's Raymond Wood. I'm not only one of the highest qualified football or soccer coaches on the planet, with over 26 different quals. I've worked in the game for many years, and I'm also qualified under UEFA Academy as a player agent, and I'm a player progression specialist. And to top it off, I've worked on one of football's biggest projects called the EPPP in the Premier League and the English FA, where we spent just over £2 billion on how to develop world-class superstars. So this is where my knowledge comes from. Do I claim to know everything? No, but I do claim to know 99% more than most after my 25 years of working in the sport and working in the industry. So when we look at Talent ID, okay, for me, the first thing is it's very subjective. And again, if you've got a different opinion on this, you can put it in for me. Now, what I mean, it's very subjective, and also it's very opinion, okay, based. And the problem with opinions, it's a good thing, but do we really want opinions when we have got our sons or daughters, or you as a player, your maybe football or soccer careers on the line, okay? When people look at you as a player, it tends to be what we call a short-term snapshot, which is wrong for me. And a lot of clubs and selectors, they base it on what we call select now. And what we mean by select now, it means like where the player's at right now, not where maybe the player might be in a year or 5 years' time. And one of the big things that I find, when it's subjective and it's not objective, okay, decisions are made by emotion over data. And this is where it all goes wrong for me. So when we're talking about there's 1,000 things wrong with Talent ID, there's so much wrong with it, because we need to look at different things, and I've broken it down into certain areas. But one of the things that I've seen, this is my snapshot over the last 25 years, and it amazes me that whether I go back to 25 years ago or I go back a year ago, I still see the same thing, okay? Players turn up to a club, at most clubs around the world, they'll get thrown into a game, they'll get given a bib or a jersey with a number on, and they'll get put in a series of games. And 9 times out of 10, the first thing you hear from those players when they come home or on the drive home is, well, how did your trial go? Well, it was okay, but I got played out of position for most of the night. Well, didn't you speak to the coach? Well, no, the problem is because there's another 100 players there, and the coaches are just trying to get players on the field and looking at them. And it all comes down to one thing. It's education. And what I mean by education, it's not knowing what you are firstly looking for and how, from having 100 players in front of you in a 2 to 3 hour period, how can you draw out what we call objective data, which is going to help you select players. But if we pull it back a level, what are we looking at players for? Are we looking at players for the now? And are we looking at short term? Or are we is 2 levels. And when I'm talking about 2 levels, I'm talking about an age group. So let's say we've got 12s and we're looking at under 12s. We've got one boy, okay, who is currently this big physically and this tall. And then we've got another boy who's this big physically and this tall. And that's where their height and physicality comes in. But this player here, let's say player A versus player B, has already started going through maturation or puberty, okay? And this is one of the big mistakes that we make. When we're a technical director or a coach, it's because clubs don't know how to grade properly, objectively, and what they're actually looking for. And this is why it all goes wrong. Now, one of the things we're going to move on to, and I'm going to clear this screen, is the second part of this is we normally look at players aged 8 to 16s for trials, boys and girls around the globe. Okay, firstly is why that age bracket? That's the first question I'll be asking. And why aren't we looking at long term? Why aren't we looking from ages of 3 years to 23 years and looking at a 20-year journey of a player? And again, it all comes down to one thing. It's the lack of education and knowing how to do it. Now, why not a long-term commitment? And we've just spoke about it. A lot of clubs think it's too hard. It's too much to cover. But it all comes down to they just don't know how to do it. And one of the main reasons is clubs go for the easy option. And the easy option is quick wins. And what does a quick win mean? A quick win means picking the biggest and strongest players and the fastest players at those age groups, because they'll literally physically bully their way through games and get wins, and it makes that coach look good and it makes that club look good. And one of the most upsetting things to me is the fact that they have a lack of a long-term strategy. Shows a club or coach or technical director's weakness. And I'll be honest, it was one thing that I used to do in my 20s when I first started coaching, when I was first a technical director, when I was first head of football at a club. My lack of education on how to do this properly forced me into doing this the easy way and look 14s 151. Where now, what I actually gauge success and what does success look like It looks like, how is Johnny or Sarah developing? And you know the problem with that question? And this is the biggest problem and the biggest question on the planet. How is this player developing? And for 99.9% of clubs around the world, they can't answer it because they don't have an objective-based talent ID program at the beginning, and they don't understand what talent ID actually is and what is the point of it. And I'm going to talk a little bit more and I'm going to build on this. So, if we think of something called the IQ test, okay, most of us all know what the IQ test is. And there's this myth that goes around when we talk about education and the IQ test. People think the IQ test was designed to see how smart or intelligent you are. Okay? And it wasn't designed for that. The IQ test was to see where your strengths lie. I'm just going to put a big S for strengths. And where your weaknesses lie, and I'll put a big W for weaknesses. Okay? And the IQ test was designed to identify strengths, identify weaknesses. Once you identify strengths, you know you need to keep working on them. That's a given. You can't just stop doing it. But the big thing is, if we identify, as an example, 2 to 3 areas of weakness, what can we turn weakness into? We can turn them weaknesses into strength. Now, when I worked on the EPPP project with the English FA and the Premier League, and at the time I was working for a team called Leicester City, we thought, how could we come up with a way to build an ID protocol? When we look for talent, we're looking for talent for this particular reason. We are looking for talent to see, if we imagine this as a graph, okay? And let's say we've got player A is here, and this is year 1, and this is year 2, and this is year 3, and this is year 4, and this is year 5. And then we've got the levels of being a football or soccer player. And we know at year 1, this particular player is there because objectively, we've grabbed technical, physical, tactical, and social objective data from them. Now we know by the time this player, let's say this player is 10 years of age there, by the time they get to 15 years, we know if their journey has gone a little bit like this, because we're marking it with objective data, we know that they're heading in the right direction, okay? The problem is clubs, 99.9% of clubs don't even know at the first touch point when they hold a trial, they don't know how to grade a player objectively, and this is the problem. So it all stems from the foundation. And when you build a pyramid, and when the Egyptians built pyramids, they didn't try and build this block first, okay? They wanted to build this block first, then this block next, and this block next, and then this block there. And how did they know that? They had a strategy objectively on what they needed to build it from the bottom up. And this is one of the things that I learned working on one of football's biggest projects. Now, we're going to have a little look at what happens if clubs committed to a player for 3 to 5 years. And this is what we discovered would happen, okay? You would get loyalty from the families and players. You would get no or less politics, because no one can throw at you as a club, well, we don't do ID properly, and every year my son or daughter's got to try out. Where if you're at a club that's committed to your son and daughter for 3 to 5 years, you know that they're going to be given a chance over that 3 to 5 year period to develop properly, and you're going to get some better data. There's a culture, and it's always funny. The clubs that have got the best cultures have got the best structures in place. Why? Because every single parent, most parents and players will get behind that club. And guess what? You get more wins long term. And this is what we discovered, okay? So what we decided to do in the Premier League was, when we done the EPPP, it had to be all about development over selection. And when we talk about selection, we were talking about the now. And that is the wrong thing to look at. We need to be focused on development. So guys, if you're following along with me on this one, you're on the live and you understanding me, give me a thumbs up, give me a comment what you think so far. Now, one of the big things that we discovered as well, and there's never been a truer saying, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. If you don't prepare, you've got no roadmap or pathway for anyone to follow, okay? You've got no measurable progression. So you can't actually chart or speak to a mum or dad and say, this is how their little Johnny or Sarah's traveling. It makes you look silly. You've got no structure on a development model. And this is one of the worst things, having no structure. And this is most common in these countries. And people ask me, of all the countries I've lived in over the years, I've lived in Australia, I've lived in the USA, I've lived in the UK, I've lived in Europe, parts of Asia. I've spent most of my life living amongst all of these countries. Which countries have gone forward in the game and which countries have gone backwards from a development point of view? And it's quite easy for me to answer. The USA and Australia in the last 20 years have gone backwards in the game of soccer. And that's not just on the men's side, that's in the women's side as well. And it's really, really sad to see. But that's not me having a go at those countries. That's me just being honest, brutally honest. And it's all down to one thing. They don't have a roadmap. Now, number 5, and this is where it starts to get exciting. What happens when we build a player like a pyramid and we start from the bottom up? Okay? We identify strengths and weaknesses. We can design for the player individually and what we call a personalised program. Now, a lot of club TDs and coaches watching this will go, it's just too time consuming. I'm only a volunteer. I only get $3,000 a year. I already work full time. Trust me, this is easier doing it this way. And once the system's in place, it runs for itself, okay? You can build a custom program for all of your players individually, which increases, which we spoke about before, is so important, the culture at the club. And you've now got one of the best things you can have, and no one can argue with this. You start to get accelerated development. And how do I know this? Because I've seen it in action, and not just working at pro clubs in the Premier League, clubs that I've worked at that have allowed me to put the infrastructure into place. I've seen this work firsthand, and it works amazingly well, really, 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 really well. Now, this is where it gets interesting, and this is going to be more of an interest to mums and dads who might want to go running into your clubs, no matter where you are in the world, to talk about this. Or if you're a TD and you want to reach out to me, anyone can reach out to me through my socials. You can drop me an email, you can comment on any of the posts, and we designed what we call the Football IQ test. And where did it come from? It was inspired, apologies guys, it was inspired by the Education IQ test. It was designed to identify weaknesses and not label talent. Because this is one of the biggest mistakes you can make, is to label talent. Because I've never seen a talented 11-year-old. I've never seen a talented 16-year-old. I've seen an 11-year-old who was ahead of his or her peers from a developmental point of view, but I'm yet to see a talented 11-year-old, okay? Also, with the Football IQ test, what we built in, and this was the game changer, was an objective assessment. And in this objective assessment, I can tell you, okay, where your son or daughter or where you sit based on your age. And the biggest thing I can tell you, which should be the thing that every mum and dad or player is looking for, is I can tell you what your weaknesses are and how to turn them into strengths, okay? Number 7, objective data versus subjective data. And this is where it gets even more interesting, okay? Being told as a player or a mum and dad, your son and daughter is not good enough. This one doesn't just upset me, it riles my blood. When a club will say to a player that you're not good enough or you haven't been selected, then you would then say, okay, well, why? And then the club comes back and goes, you're just not what we're looking for, or you're not good enough. And this leaves a hole wide open for that particular club, because not many clubs on the planet can back up their answer by saying, well, actually, the reason why your son or daughter didn't make the top team, but they're being offered a spot at the B team or the C team or the D team, is because from an age point of view, when we've objectively tested them, for their development, they sit in the C team, which is the 3rd team. They don't make the top team yet. Now, why is it important that your son and daughter goes in the C team? Because they're in and around players of their ability level, which means they're going to develop together. And that coach can target the development tools and sessions and teachings to help that boy or girl. But clubs can't tell you that. They just say they're not good enough or they don't fit in the style. One of the big things is when you do objective testing, you've got something called measurable benchmarks. And measurable benchmarks are where you're able to go, okay, Johnny scored 121 and he's under 11. And on the benchmarks, it puts him inside the top 15 players. And that is why he is in the top team. Because it's more about development. It's not necessarily about being in the top team. It's being in the top team because that's where all the stronger players are currently right now in this moment. And that's where your son and daughter is going to develop. But clubs leave themselves wide open. Also, by doing it this way, it makes clubs transparent with standards, and no one can argue when there's an objective test in place, and that's how players are graded. And one of the big things that I see a lot, especially in Australia, it's rife with it. The tall poppy syndrome, the presidents, the vice presidents, it's quite funny how their sons and daughters always make the top teams. And I'm not going to name the club because I'm not going to embarrass them, but there's a club in Australia when I was once a TD, and I wanted to implement the objective testing for this reason, to remove bias, because there was a lot of things getting thrown at the current committee members of the club about their sons and daughters being in the top teams. And I actually got removed from post within the first couple of months of being there because they refused to allow me to not have certain players in the top teams because they didn't agree with the objective testing. So to put this in perspective, you've got a group of volunteers who know nothing about football or soccer, with all due respect, apart from being armchair supporters and volunteers. You've got a guy who's worked on football's biggest project, which has spent over £2 billion to produce some of the world's greatest football players currently on the planet. And they won't listen to me. They would rather have a subjective, opinionated model in place for talent ID because they didn't want to upset certain committee members, because if their son and daughter wasn't in the top team, there was a chance that sponsorship would be pulled. And that is why certain parts of Australia and certain parts of the US and Canada are not progressing in the sport, because it's run by a volunteer base, and when volunteers are involved, this is what you end up coming up against. And it should be all about one person in this, and the person it should be all about, it should be, if this is the planet and this is the universe and this is the player right there, this is the number one person who it should all be about. It shouldn't be about anyone else. And if it's in the interest of the player to have subjective testing and ID and trials, then it should be subjective. But when we talk about players as a whole, across a whole club, what is in the best interest of the players? 100%, you cannot argue a football IQ test which gives you objective results and feedback is the only way to operate a proper soccer or football club, whether you're a community-based club or you're an elite level or you're a professional club. Okay? Now, number 8, why it's powerful for clubs. And I don't know why clubs don't do it, and I know why, but it annoys me why people don't reach out to me, because I offer my help and support to clubs for free to help you put these tests into place so the players benefit. One of the main reasons why an objective football test helps, it helps you with pre, during, and post tracking. Now, why is that important? If we think about player reports, and the player reports that I see that go around soccer clubs all around the world drive me insane. It will have a mundane, subjective, opinionated comment from a coach about the player with no objective data in there. No reason why that player's got a trial again in the summer. No reason why that player has made it into the top team, other than a subjective, opinionated comment. Now, can you imagine if you've now got a player who's got a score of 105 at the beginning of the season at pre, then they get a score of 108 during the season, and post-season they score 111. And the average score for that age group is 101. You can now back up your decision to put this player and keep this player in the top team. Let's look at it a different way. You got a player who comes in and scores 96 pre. They then score, as an example, 89. And at the postseason, they score 91. And the benchmark for the top team is 101 or 100 plus, let's say. You can now justify to that mum and dad, okay, why that player is now got to be maybe in what we call a B team or the second team. Can you imagine the power of having that at your hands? But you know as well, full well, that the objective data that you've got is in the interest of that player. Now, it might be because, unfortunately, and I'll give you an example, personal things happen. That player might have got a long-term injury. So that means for that player's development, it's better not to be thrust back in the top team with the physicality and the technical level being so high. It's best for that player's development to push up and will be pushed down into that B team, okay? Now, one of the other things, it gives clubs and coaches what we call ends of season proof. And what is end of season proof? To say that you know as a club, you can grade every single player and show every mum and dad in the club why they're in a particular team, how their development's gone pre, during and post, and where they are at in the bigger picture. So can you imagine when you've got a professional club comes along to you, if you're a semi-pro or a community club, and go, who is your best player in every age group? And this is what kills me. We know full well certain players get picked not based on they're the best, but because it's the coach's son, or the coach's daughter, or the president's son. Could you imagine as a club, you've got evidence when that pro club comes to you to go, well, let's pull out the data. We can give you, based on where they're currently at now for their age, that this is not based on talent, but it's based on their development plans. Based on the development plans, these are the players that currently sit at the top of the group. Now, there's a good chance that Tommy, who's in the under-12s, he is at the top. But if you look at him physically against his peers, he's just gone through maturation quite early. And that's probably the reason why he's top of the group. So you're given an objective reason and opinion on it, and it's the best way to be. Also, what it gives you is what we call visibility. And what does it give you visibility of as a coach or as a club? It gives you visibility of what we call player progression. Now, people say to me, Ray, why do you call yourself the player progression specialist? Because I know I'm one of maybe 10 people on the planet who understand this properly from the bottom to the top. And that's not me giving myself a big ego. It's just actually having confidence and belief that I know for the last 25 years, I've studied, researched, and been on some of the biggest football projects and soccer projects around the world to understand this properly. I've wrote a book about it, okay? I've actually got a program that has got players from community soccer or football clubs around the world who followed my program, following these measures, who now are playing at professional football or soccer clubs throughout the globe, but mainly in the UK and in Europe. So that's why I know what I know, okay? And for me, the most important thing in all of this, it develops culture. And I could not think of anything better than being at a club, whether you're a community-based club in Southern California, in Laguna Beach, or you're currently at Arsenal Football Club's academy and you're a female player in the under-14s. I do not care what you say. The clubs who are the most successful on the planet have got the best culture. And I'm talking from the youth all the way through to the senior men's and women's, and the fans, and the way they engage with fans. And I don't think you can argue, there's no surprise when we talk about the three biggest clubs on the planet are Real Madrid, AC Milan, I'm going to give you 4. Bayern Munich and Liverpool. Now, ironically, these are the 4 teams who've won the Champions League, which is the biggest trophy you can win in club football on the planet. I don't care what you say, it's bigger than a World Cup. It's harder to win a Champions League than it is a World Cup, because the amount of phenomenal players in one team come from all different countries around the world. Real Madrid is made up of 11 international superstars. Bayern Munich is made up of 11, 15, 20 international superstars. So is AC Milan and Liverpool, okay? But culturally, you cannot go wrong. Now, we're nearly coming to an end of this one. I'm just going to finish off. We've got a couple of parts to go. One of the big things about doing objective testing when we're looking at talent ID, and this is section 9, it's community and giving back. Now, we work and we offer to work with any clubs in the USA, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand specifically, and we offer this talent identification protocol for free. We will come out and help your club run this. Why? Because we want you to get your families and players on a level playing field. We want you to build on a development first mindset. And the beauty about doing it this way, it makes it accessible for all players. And mums and dads will know, no matter where you are in the football or soccer pyramid in your country, they will know your club is built on culture. They'll know your club is inclusive of everyone. And everyone gets an opportunity at least once a year in pre-season to trial, to get objectively tested and to fit in where they need to fit for their development. And not one mum or dad will argue with you. Do you know why? They can't argue with you because it's objective data. And once you've got this platform to start from, the parents trust and love and know. And when you send out your offer letters, and most clubs now unfortunately do charge, when you send out your offer letters and your fees for the year, I'm telling you now, parents would pay double to be involved with a club that's built on culture and built on talent identification that firstly is fair, but is also objective, okay? Now, finally, most of you will know, because most of you are on the programme, okay? The professional player pathway, the Soccer Pathway Pro that I run, okay, it always starts at the baseline. So again, the analogy I always love to give is when we're talking about a pyramid, we always start at the bottom here, block 1, and we go from the bottom up. When you're on the Soccer Pathway Pro program with us, okay, it's always built on a personal plan for the individual. We have clear benchmarks for everyone to see. And can you imagine if you can submit your data monthly to your community group to say, for the under 12 boys, the average score on development in the top team is 112. In the second team, it's 101. In the third team, it's 98. So then you're being transparent with everyone. And how can you give this data? You can give it in community or social media posts because you've got it, you've got access to it. And when it comes to retaining players at the end of the year and keeping players on, you're committing to players within your ecosystem. And my advice would be for 3 to 5 years. But what you're saying to the parents is, in year one, they might have made the number one team. Okay, so in year one, they've made the number one team. But in year two, they might have dropped down to the third team. And then in year three, they might be back in the top team. And in year four, when they've just hit puberty and maturation, they may have dropped down to the fourth team. And then by year five, they're now back in the second team. But what you're doing is you're committing to that family that no matter where you grade them objectively, there's always a spot for them to be here. There's always an opportunity. And that is the beauty of doing it this way. And one of the big things to finish off with, it removes the guesswork. And there's nothing worse. And I've been there and done it. We sit there in front of mums and dads in pre-season or at the end of the season and saying your son and daughter's got to come back and trial again, or we're not going to keep them on. And they say, why not? And then we start with the communication, I call it babble, the rubbish, the words that come out is just backed off subjective opinions, and you haven't got a real answer. Can you imagine it being at a club? You've already got your letters done for all of your players to say, yeah, you know you're already currently with us on a 3 to 5 year development plan, but just to let you know, you're going to come back in pre-season. We need to get one more objective piece of data from you. As it stands currently, you're still in the top team, but that may change when we come into pre-season, not because Tommy, who's a painter and decorator, who's a new volunteer coach, who's now sponsoring the club for $10,000, now needs his son in the top team. It's backed up objective data. Now, to finish off and close this one off, do we need on this particular one, do we need, with all respect, like superstar coaches? Do we need coaches who've worked in the Premier League to do this objective testing? No. You just need a structure and a strategy. And once you've got the structure and the strategy in place, you can then get volunteer coaches to run this for you. And in turn, your volunteer coaches and technical directors are going to look phenomenal, because the data can't be argued. It cannot be disputed. Now, if you're probably wondering how long does it take to do one of these, I'm going to give you a very quick explainer before we go to the next part of our live call here today. But you would need, with a group of 16 or 18 players in a squad, one coach could grade the whole squad of players in around about 50 to 60 minutes. So could you imagine if over a 3-week period you run this test over 3 weeks? That way you're throwing out all the excuses of, oh, my son was sick on the night you done it, he didn't sleep well, unfortunately his nan passed away and we went to a funeral that day and he wasn't in a great mood. So what you could do is for 4 weeks, you could run this for 4 weeks, give it to the coaches, they run it for 4 weeks, you get 4 test scores, and then you equal out an average score on that player. So if they've scored 100, then they get 100 again, then they get 90, and then 90, well, the average is going to be 95, okay? And that way, there's no arguments or two ways about it. That's currently where they sit on their testing protocol. When you then input the 100 test scores for the 100 players who play in the under-14s girls within your club, you know who the top 15 players are based off that objective testing. Now, there is certain factors that need to come into play, okay? You need a goalkeeper. You need, players to play on the pitch who are playing outfield. But if you're dealing with players who are 14s and below, it shouldn't be about positions. It should be about developing players in multiple positions, excluding probably goalkeepers, okay? So it's just going to give you also that piece of paper and that evidence and data when you've got to go to a mum or dad to say they're not in the top team anymore, or they're not in the second team, they've got to be in the third team. There's no argument about it. And then when they go, okay, what have they got to do to get better and to get back in? to that next level into that team? Well, I'm going to show you very quickly before we go, and I'll just do a little bit of magic on here, and I'll just share it with you what you need to do. What you would do is you then build them a plan, and when you build them a plan, and when you're looking at the plan for them, if you're currently on our Soccer Pathway Pro with us, what you would do is within the classroom, one of the things you would give the feedback would be, you need to work on your football objectives. Well, where are the football objectives? It's in section 5. Also, you need to go in the football blueprint. I've got a little bit of concern, maybe it could be to do with sleep. So within the football blueprint, you can log sleep, but also you need to follow your 4 turns and your 4 dribbles. And also they need to work technically a bit more, because where they're falling down at the moment is the technical aspects of the game. Where can we get that? It's inside the football blueprint. So when you go in the football blueprint, it's all in for you. So this will show you and give you the ability to be able to, as a club, to be able to direct players where they need to go to get better. And that is the beauty on having objective testing. Now, if you're part of a club, or you're a mum and dad, or you're a player, and you've enjoyed this section and this part of the call, and you think, yeah, I'd love this at my club, I'd love you to come and visit us. Guys, I'm serious. Wherever you are in the world, USA, Canada, Oz, New Zealand, wherever you are, get your club to reach out to me. If they're absolutely serious about doing it and doing it properly, I would come to a club and run this for free to help a club put it into place. Guys, I hope you've enjoyed that. We are going to go Raymond Wood at the Raymond Wood podcast. We are super excited again as ever to bring you our next episode, and we are flying today all the way from Australia, all the way to Missouri in the USA, and I'm going to introduce our guest, and we've got Lauren Lewis joining us today. Lauren, how are you?
I'm pretty good. Glad to be here.
Thank you for joining us. So just to give everyone a little bit of context, I met Lauren on our school platform. The school communities are huge. We've got, I think there's around over 200,000 communities on school at the moment, and it's growing. There's about 22 million people on school, and we're obviously a very small dot in the ocean with our soccer platform. And yeah, me and Lauren got chatting, I believe it was over a post, and it was really ironic that we noticed that one of Lauren's missions in her bio, and it's quite interesting, I'm gonna read the bio out, but she does reflective journaling, habit practices that prioritize consistency. And everyone who's on our Soccer Pathway Pro program, one of the big things we've been speaking about over the past couple of weeks and months has been journaling and our football blueprints, trying to create habits and making sure we prioritize getting consistent. So hopefully, Lauren, I got that right. That's what's in your bio and that's what you do. Is that right?
Yep, that's right.
Amazing. Now, before we jump into all of the really meaty questions I want to get into with you, and how I think you, with your experience and background, can help not only some of our players, but also most of some of our parents as well as they approach with things like this. Can you give us a little bit of a background and story and tell me a bit about your backgrounds and what did you do before you started doing this?
Yeah, so before this, and even now, I was immersed in wellness and personal growth, especially fitness. But alongside that, I was also a full-time stay-at-home mom. And that changed everything because it's one thing to talk about discipline in theory. It's a complete other to try and maintain habits when the day isn't yours, when you're tired, when routines get disrupted constantly. I didn't build habits to optimize my life. I built them to stay grounded inside of it. So that's really where my work comes from.
Yeah, amazing. It's funny, where we built our platform, it was based around the single mum or dad or the busy parents who just don't have enough time at all. And this was the whole reason we built our platform on school, so we could build a remotely based system where we can help mums and dads around the globe. And it's funny when you talk about trying to prioritize you just don't have time for yourself sometimes, and you've got to get it into order.
Yeah, for sure.
So, what originally led you into the space? Like, was there a particular like turning point or experience that shaped your philosophy?
Mostly out of necessity. So as a stay-at-home mom, I realized if I didn't intentionally create rhythm in my day, I would lose myself in everyone else's needs. And I just couldn't rely on motivation alone. I couldn't rely on perfect mornings. I needed small, sustainable practices that worked inside the chaos. So that's when reflection became less about journaling for self expression and more about anchoring myself.
And you talk about reflection and journaling, is this something that you encourage people to do like once a day, once a week? Like, where would you start with it?
Well, I now anyway, I do it once a day.
Yeah.
But to start with, and this is really had a lot to do with my habit building, of course, was the experimentation with building my journaling habit, along with other little things. Like I would take my practice of building that and apply it to other things in my life. But the journaling was huge for me because of the reflection aspect of it. So now I do it once a day, but before it was whenever I could, because like I said, you can't rely on motivation. It has to be something that you're doing intentionally. So I knew it was something I wanted to do, and I really just fought for it intentionally until it became daily. And that was what was important to me. I prioritized that I eventually wanted to do it daily. And now I'm trying to focus on making it a twice a day thing, but I have perfected my once daily routine.
Amazing. I struggled with this, and I discovered journaling a couple of years ago. And I had to get to the point where I had to book it into my calendar as an entry for 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I was just brushing it off. And I get to the end of the day and I'm like, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. But tomorrow never comes.
Yeah, no, I've actually told people whenever they've asked, like, if there's something they're having, it's challenging to get into their schedule, but it's not necessarily something they would do on a regular basis. It's easy to just brush off. No, I'll do it tomorrow. I've actually said, put it in your calendar like you're booking an appointment with yourself. Give yourself a time block. So even when you're planning stuff for your week or your day or whatever, that time is already blocked off.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Now, one of the big things that we get, and I get this like with our players on the program, when we have our journal, which is called the Football Blueprint, they have to record in things like sleep. They have to record in the wellness, so when they wake up in the morning, how they feel. And there's a fair bit of stuff for them to do. And obviously kids are under a lot of pressure with school and that. And obviously, too much on the plate, burnout. But from your point of view, have you always been able to be disciplined? Or have you ever struggled at any point in your life? And have you burnt out trying to keep on top of this?
I've always had the capacity for discipline, but obviously motherhood humbled that pretty quickly. You can't operate on intensity when you're sleep deprived and in the midst of ever-changing routines. So I had to move from pushing through to returning gently. So that shift from force to rhythm is what I teach now.
Very good. So in regards to one of the things, I'm going to give you a little bit of a curveball question, but I'm familiar with habits, and if you get consistent with habits, you build them habits. But have you ever noticed, or have you seen when people start to build bad habits and don't realize it? And how do you get out of that? And have you ever experienced that yourself, where you find yourself down a track with bad habits?
Oh, absolutely. I think that's where the reflection comes in. And I think that's where the daily reflection, no matter what capacity you're doing it in, whether it's 5 minutes or an entire journaling session, 30 minutes to an hour, whatever that may look like for you. But daily reflection is where that comes in. You're pointing out to yourself the things that you don't like what did I do yesterday that brought me on track, and that's what is important to me now, like constantly reflecting on what worked, what didn't work. And that's what I help other people with as well. Okay, well, if you didn't like it, what about it can you change?
Yeah, that reflection's key. I love that one, and that's a great one. Apologies if you think I'm looking down, but I'm scribbling notes as I go as well, because I love learning new stuff as well, and I'm writing notes, and I've got a live call with all of our athletes around the planet an hour after we finish, and
Okay.
I love that one about reflection. It's a great one.
Yeah.
We were recently speaking. We speak a lot to our players and families about focusing on bite-sized bits of learning and processes rather than outcomes. So as you'd be aware, for an outcome for a soccer player might be scoring a goal, but they just focus too much on that instead of focusing on the small bits. And it's funny when you talk about that reflection. It's so relevant. Trying to just reflect and focus on the small wins every day, and not focus on that big goal.
Yeah.
So, what season of life are you in right now? Business, personal growth, career transition, where are you at?
I'm in a building season, but also a grounded one. I say no a lot more, which took me a while to get there. I'm a natural born people pleaser. I'm sure a lot of people can resonate with that. I am more aware now of what works for me and what doesn't. I'm still pretty much a full-time mom. I mean, my child doesn't go to school all day yet. So, that's a big priority to me. So my business has to exist inside that, not outside of it. For a long time, I tried to make them two separate things, and that did not work. So everything I build has to be sustainable.
I love that. I remember growing up, and I was very fortunate to live with Nan and Grandad for about 5 years. And my granddad was someone I really idolised and looked up to. And he said to me, the greatest thing I'll ever teach you is the word no, and learn to say no to people. And I used to look at him and think he was so strange saying it. And now at the age of 46, I'm like, I learned no about 4 years ago. And it was the best word I ever learned, was to say no sometimes. I'm very similar. I'm the biggest empath. I say yes to everyone normally. I have a battle in my head now when I want to say yes, but I'm like, no, you've got to say no.
Well, I mean, I've thought about it a lot lately, and I feel like from my generation anyway, as a kid to a teenager, young adult, it was very much part of the culture to, get yourself outside of your own box and out of your comfort zone and say yes to more things. And so we were really taught the culture of say yes, 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 yes. You never know what opportunity might come your way. That's ingrained in you, thinking, oh, if I say no, what am I hindering myself from? What opportunities am I missing? And so it's important to discern like what you should say yes to.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's so true. Now, moving on a little bit to your work and philosophy, who do you normally sort of work with, and what are they usually struggling with? If you could give us a couple of examples when they come to you.
Yeah, honestly, I do think that my framework can work for just about everybody. It's not limited because it is very individualized. But I primarily work with capable, self-aware women, many of them mothers or leaders. They don't necessarily lack discipline, they just lack sustainability. And they usually come to me frustrated because they start strong, they can follow a plan, but if they miss one day, they spiral. And they struggle with all or nothing thinking, which I've been there, done that, guilt after inconsistency, overcommitting, losing themselves inside all of their responsibilities. And they don't need more motivation. They just need a way to return to their routines and whatever they have set out to accomplish without all the drama.
Yeah, I love that one. I think it's actually centering back into what's actually really important in that moment, and not getting caught up in the cables and the wires, as I always say, because we can get so caught up sometimes. Now, one of the big things we get, it's really hard convincing some of our players and athletes and families, and sometimes it's not, but we get a little bit of resistance about journaling, trying to get consistent, doing everything, writing it down. We're in the era now of technology and everyone just wants to click a button, and it drives me insane. And I'm all for technology and I love school, but we get our players to download our football blueprint as a PDF, and they've got to handwrite it and then take a picture of it and then submit it. For you, what's the biggest misconception about people about journaling and habit formation that you found?
Well, and this is why I'm so passionate about it. Like when I talk to people about journaling, you can instantly see like the interest in their eyes go away. So it's funny we're having this conversation. It's just that journaling has to be emotional or aesthetic or profound to count, and it doesn't. Journaling is just awareness training. It's pattern tracking. It's catching your internal narrative before it runs you. And with habits, the biggest misconception is that consistency means never missing. And it doesn't. Consistency is about how quickly you recover.
Yeah, I love that one. I worked on one of soccer's biggest football projects with the Premier League and the English Football Association in 2011, and I was on it for about 4 or 5 years. And from 2011 till today, they've spent £2.1 billion on this project, and it was how to develop superstars. And one of the biggest, most interesting things that we discovered was the link back into education, and it was the link back into journaling and diaries and reflection. But it was really interesting. It was all about what we discovered was when you focus on just writing your diary out and reflecting on what you've done for that day, on the pitch and off the pitch, we actually found it formed focus. And when you form focus, you form habits. And it was so ironic that we were learning from education and school teachers on how to develop a superstar athlete. Because in the past, we were like, why would you listen to a primary school teacher or a high school teacher? And I think this is where the US have always had it right. You look at the college systems in the US, and all of the top athletes come out of the D1 colleges. And that's, I think, because they have that linkage between school and sport. And it's so good. So when you say like consistency, recovery, self-trust, what does that actually look like in practice?
Consistency in practice looks like showing up imperfectly. Recovery looks like missing a day and not turning it into a personality flaw. And self-trust, that looks like keeping small promises long enough that your nervous system actually believes you again. So for a full-time mom, especially, consistency might mean 5 minutes of reflection instead of 30, or movement at home instead of a full gym workout. Returning after a chaotic week without any guilt. It's flexible steadiness.
Yeah, I love that. And I'm going to move on quickly because I know we are moving on a little bit with time. But one of the big things is that we focus on building a pathway or a framework for our program to follow. So when we talk about you, Lauren, when you teach a specific framework or methods, if so, what's it called and how do you make it work?
Yeah, so this might be the lengthiest part of this because I got a lot of information to give you.
Go for it. We've got 10 or 15 minutes to go.
So I teach what I call the Habit Reset. It's the name of my community on School as well. It's simple and repeatable. I do it in 4 steps. So first, you notice the pattern. Second, we'll name your non-negotiables, your daily non-negotiables. 3, we'll create a perfect routine. And I actually call that my milkshake principle. And we can dive into that a little bit after this if you want me to.
I love milkshakes. That sounds good.
Yeah. And 4, have a plan B for your off days. The power isn't about intensity. It's in shortening the gap between where you fall off and re-engaging. And that's how habits, they stop feeling fragile. And within that framework, there are three ideas that flow beautifully together in the habit reset. So you anchor them under one theme of self-trust isn't built through intensity, it's built through follow through. And those three ideas are the power of non negotiables and keeping promises to yourself, why avoidance makes things bigger than they are, and consistency builds self trust. So, idea number one, the power of non negotiables and keeping promises to yourself. For me, non negotiables aren't about discipline, they're about your identity. And non negotiable is something that it proves to you that your word matters. It's not a massive routine, it's not a 10-step morning protocol. It can be something like 5 minutes of reflection, a short walk, drinking water right after you wake up in the morning. When you keep even one small promise to yourself consistently, it shifts something internally. So you stop outsourcing your stability to motivation. And motivation is a lie anyway. We could dive into that, but that's how I feel about motivation. You become someone who just you follow through, and that changes how you show up everywhere else. The second idea of why avoidance makes things bigger than they are. Avoidance doesn't make things disappear, it just makes them expand. So when we avoid things like having a conversation, creating a habit, or completing a task, we add imagination to it, we catastrophize, we attach meaning, we build a narrative. And the longer we avoid something, the heavier it feels. So even if the actual action would just take 5 minutes, so avoidance creates emotional inflation, whereas reflection deflates it. And when you sit with something and you name it honestly, it usually shrinks it back to its actual size. So
I love that.
Yeah. And then the third idea, consistency builds self-trust. Self-trust it's not confidence, it's evidence. And it's built when your nervous system sees I say I'll do something and I do. It's not perfect, it's not daily, it's reliable. And consistency is it's not about never missing, it's about shortening the gap. I think I said this before, it's shortening the gap between missing and then returning. So every time you come back without all this drama, you reinforce that trust with yourself. And when you trust yourself, you don't need external pressure as much. And that's the shift that I focus on inside my community. So just to tie it up in a pretty little package, non-negotiables create structure, facing challenges reduces fear, consistency builds trust and confidence. So when people learn how to return quickly instead of spiraling, everything changes.
I love that. I think it's all about returning back very, very quickly. And it's so important that we try and teach this off the pitch to our players to recognise moments when they spiral. We've just gone through a 7-week course of mental strength training, which is one of the courses within our platform. And it teaches that to recognise in that moment when normally you spiral, because as you know, in sports, you only have milliseconds to fix something sometimes, and it's really hard. Mm-hmm. And if you can't do it in your day-to-day life, when you're sat at home thinking, you got no chance on a sports field. So talk to me about milkshake. I love chocolate malt. What do you like?
All right. So my milkshake theory, I have this theory that years ago, I used to make protein smoothies. I say years ago, probably only like 2 years ago. I used to make protein smoothies because they were good for me. But I hated them. The flavor was awful. And, but I spent the money on the protein and all that. They're technically optimized, high protein, low sugar, perfectly balanced, but I didn't enjoy them. So I wouldn't drink them consistently. My product would just sit in the pantry and, basically be a waste. So one day I realized I don't need the perfect smoothie. I just need one I'll actually drink. So I started adding what I liked, maybe a little extra fruit, maybe some sweetener, still protein, still nourishing, but enjoyable. And suddenly I was consistent. So the point of that is most people are trying to build a perfect routine, the perfect morning routine, perfect workout plan, perfect productivity system. But if it doesn't fit your actual life or personality, you're not going to stick with it. So the question isn't what's optimal, it's what will I actually sustain? And that's the milkshake. You keep the core nutrition, but you custom the flavor.
I love that. I love that. I'm going to write this down. This is going to be a real good topic of conversation in my live call today, because I know for me, I've got a terrible sweet tooth. And when we talk milkshake, I was intrigued. My eyes lit up. I think speaking to our athletes who we've got all around the world, the minute we mention milkshake is the secret key, they're all going to be interested.
Well, you're welcome.
I will definitely steal that one on you, and
Yeah.
I'll write a little note underneath to say it belongs to Lauren Lewis. It's the milkshake theory, so you've got the copyright.
I'm glad to share.
Now I want to finish off with this one. In the world of soccer, or football as we call it in England, we realised very early on in the piece that we were trying to do too much at the bottom. And what I mean by that is we were all trying to develop players individually, where we realised that if we start to mentor the technical directors better, they can mentor the coaches better, and then they can then develop more players. So it was a top-down approach. One of the things that I love about what you do, and I think this is the link that I've seen, I spend so much time helping my players. I think I need to spend more time finding amazing people like you to help my parents. So if there's any mums out there especially who are just struggling day to day, dealing with the 3 kids, the 4 kids, all the sports, how can they, if you could give them the number one top tip, apart from joining your platform, of course, what's the number one tip you could give them to stay on top of everything?
Just make the place to start. That's what I'm going to give you. The place to start is, what are your non-negotiables? And that is always what I ask people. If they're struggling with chaos and all that, what are your non-negotiables? Like, what are the things that when you wake up every day, or even when you go to bed every day, and you're like, you constantly are thinking, I never did that, I never did that, I never get to do this. What are those things that keep popping up for you that you wish you could do? And if you did nothing else, whether it's on a daily basis or a weekly basis, no matter what the schedule is for you, if you did nothing else and that one thing, or if it's 2 or 3, whatever, obviously you want to make it small enough that you're not overwhelming. But that's what you are making that promise to yourself, and you're keeping that promise. So yeah, what are your non-negotiables?
Love that. I love that one. And I'm sure that's going to resonate a lot with the parents, and especially the mums of all the players we work with. Now, to finish off, obviously, if anyone wants to join you on the journey and they want to jump into school, I mean, how do they do that? What are the costs involved, and what's the commitment wise that they have to do to join you?
Right now, I've actually only had my school community for five or 6 weeks now. So it's still a free community. I've started doing a couple of challenges with my members just to, get people involved. Obviously, I have goals to build on that, but I just haven't implemented anything yet. It's still a free community.
That's amazing. I think that word beginning with F3, everyone's going to be so excited with that one. And I think it's important for those guys to maybe jump on that while it still is free, because all of a sudden it could be a paid community, and then all of a sudden, it hits them in the pocket. So am I okay to share your link with everyone on the bio on the podcast? Is that okay if I can cross-share your bio to everyone?
Absolutely. Amazing. I have so much information I want to share with people. So, yeah.
That's so good. Well, look, Lauren, it's been amazing. A big thank you from me, the Ravenswood, all the way over in Brisbane in Australia. And it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on. And I'd love to maybe in 6 to 12 months' time touch base with you again and get you back on and maybe delve into another milkshake moment, or really delve into a particular area, because I've got a couple of ideas I'm thinking you could really be useful and help our community as well. So we'd love to have you back if that's okay.
Absolutely. I'd love that.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Well, Lauren, you have a lovely day in Missouri, and I believe it's the evening there on
It is,
Friday. Yeah. It's Saturday morning here, so we're about to kickstart our day. But yeah, a big thank you for joining us, Lauren, and we look forward to speaking to you very soon.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good weekend.
Big thank you for everyone who's been tuning in. We are going to be back in another 7 days' time with our next episode of the Raymond Wood podcast. And as again, in the show notes below, we will put the bio and we'll put all of Lauren's information in there if you are interested in joining us. We hope you have an amazing weekend and we look forward to seeing you all on our next episode. Be a couple of months to convince you of that, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, because this has been sort of like a 3-year sort of journey for us. We're always wanting to go back to the UK to reconnect with family and that, but yeah, we just weren't sure when we met you how the program would work and how it would benefit Charlotte, knowing that we were going back to the UK and that your program was sort of set up in Australia, so we weren't sure how it was going to work. So yeah.
Yeah, because
it's been one of the.
Oh, sorry, Ray. As you know, I am British and the kids are British, so we've wanted them to reconnect with my side of the family over there. So it's kind of been a 2-3 year plan, and then you came into our world and obviously know Charlotte and her football and wanted to help us with that, and to be able to do the plan here and then take that with us is just going to be amazing to do that remotely. Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of the things I felt like banging Ben's head against the wall sometimes. It was like, your wife's British, your kids are British, they've got passports, and I know you're going back for family reasons, and I know you're looking to go back for work, but trust me, this programme works no matter where you are on the planet, so I'm so happy you did eventually join us on the programme. Now, from a mum and dad's perspective, I'll probably ask this one to Nikki first. Being the mum, how have you found it's helped Charlotte over the past couple of years with the football? What's the one big thing for you?
Yeah, I think more so much not only for school factor side of things and, with having the GPS tracking and honing in on the statistic side of football, they celebrate more on the football side of things. But for me, her mental game has improved a lot, and having, that not only the resilience, but seeing where she can achieve with other academies in England as well, because all the statistics are on there with their GPS tracking. So you can do well here and know you well, but to see all the stats and compare and gauge where you're at is good. And also just the experience that you give her, that 1% to 5% of extra, information or experience that you've had that teach her other things on the field to help improve her game has just been fantastic as well. But we'll go more into the football. That's just, for me, I think her mental game has improved a lot, and having all those stats to go along with it and compare to not only people in Australia, but like you said, academies in England or around the world, and just gauge where you're at. Yeah.
That's amazing. Thank you for that. It's such good to have that sort of different point of opinion, because I know mums and dads and families don't always think the same, and it's good that you've got those different opinions, and it's good that, it's evident to us when we first discovered Charlotte how well-rounded she is, and I think it's thanks and it's a testament, because I know, having 2 daughters as well, there's a lot of hard work that goes into these kids, and we dote on them, and we just want to give them an opportunity. And I just want to say on camera as well, I was super proud I am of you guys as well, because I know what you two have gone through over the past couple of years, and more so Ben as well. The stuff that you go to on a daily basis, just trying to support your kids in a dream, and it's a testament to you, Nikki and Ben, and I'm so proud of what you have done with it.
Thanks, Ray.
Thanks, Ray.
Ben, so what's your opinion? What's the one big thing that you've seen? And I know, Ben, you're not just a parent, but I know you're also a coach as well. What's been the one big thing for you for maybe any other parents who are considering joining a Pro Player Pathway? What's the one key thing that you've seen that's benefited?
Well, touching on what Nikki said, the GPS tracking's been really good. Just to see, I suppose the comparison overseas is the main thing, but she obviously loves wearing the GPS tracker, and she gets a lot of joy out of seeing how she goes from session to session, especially in games. It's obviously tracking distances, how many Ks she runs in a game, and then she's able to say to me, "Oh, Dad, look, I ran X amount of Ks this in this match," and then you just see the improvement. But it's got her in a better mindset too on how to look at the game. Like before we were on your program, obviously we're playing for a club, and they don't go to the meticulous detail that you do. Things like healthy eating, looking after your body, recovery after you've done a heavy session, making sure that we're even doing recovery, running type work so she's able to get the miles in her legs, but also able to recover those muscles after having a tough session or a long game. It's just the meticulous detail that go within the program. Like you've talked to us about the 7 pillars that you have, and obviously match analysis is one of those things in that program as well, which I've found really helpful, because as a coach I can look at it from the other side of the fence as well as a parent, and you can sort of look at where her game is going, which is going in a really good direction. But there's things that I picked up in those match analysis that I didn't really think of, but when I go looking back at footage, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. And like some of them sort of semi-major things, and then other things are just like little things we just need to change and tinker, tweak. And it just made a huge difference to her overall performance. So
That's amazing. It's so good to have those two different perspectives from both you and Nikki. Now, Nikki, just because a lot of people will be interested in this, but obviously when I did speak to Ben, when I first met Ben a couple of years ago, and he explained that he didn't want to join the programme because you had plans to go back for family reasons back home, because you're originally from the UK, and you were looking at potentially going back for work. But can you tell all of our listeners and followers where originally you are from in the UK?
So I'm from Birkenhead. So anyone that doesn't know where that is, Liverpool, Mersey River, Birkenhead.
So I was like super secretly excited when I found that out when I first met you, and obviously I first met Charlotte and I seen her running around in an Everton jersey, and I'm like, no.
From my uncle. My uncle said that, the one Evertonian in the family.
Because obviously we do have a lot of good contacts in the game in the UK, but also around Europe as well. But I was super pleased to discover that when I found out from Ben many years ago that the plan was 2024 to head back to the UK, but also to be in and around the Liverpool area. It made me feel super excited, thinking that maybe one day we could help you open up an opportunity, whether it was at Tranmere Rovers or Everton or Liverpool. So it really, really pleased me. Now, Ben, obviously you are Australian, and obviously you're going back to be with your wife who's from the UK, and the kids have got British passports. Are you excited to go and live in the UK?
Yeah, I am. I'm really excited. It's going to be a great journey for our family. Just a new experience. Obviously, I've met a few of Nikki's family, but I'll be able to meet all of them. It's just going to be a great experience. And I've been a football supporter, fan, player.
Before you met me.
Before I met Nikki, and obviously the home of football. It's going to be good to immerse myself, go to a few games, and obviously just get to know Nikki's heritage really, and the kids are really excited about it as well. So.
Now, I know this growing up in Liverpool, but it's football crazy. Nikki knows it because she's from there as well, and I think you get it as well, Ben. But this is one of the tricky ones that can be quite controversial sometimes, but I say to a lot of families that, like, if you really aspire for your son or daughter to make it as a football player, there comes a point in time where, for me, you've got to move to Europe, because if I had a son or daughter who was playing rugby league and you were to ask me where's the best place for them to live and play, I would say Australia, 100%, without a doubt. But if you're playing football, for me, whether you've got a son or daughter, I would definitely say you need them to be in Europe, in Spain, in England. We're just very, very fortunate. I think you guys feel privileged and lucky, Ben, the fact that you're already planning to head back for family reasons and for work, that Charlotte now actually gets to finish her little last bit of development, playing and training in England. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, we are. She loves playing football, and we just want what's best for her. And I just think the development that she'll get in a country that lives and breathes and immerses themselves in football, and it would just benefit her. Mentally. Yeah.
What's one of the things, Nikki, just to finish off, we've got a few minutes to go, but what's one of the things that you're looking forward to for Charlotte in her development in her football in England, whether she goes on and plays for Liverpool, Everton, whoever she goes on and plays for when she's older? What's the one big thing that you wish for her?
Oh, look, and purely speaking from a mother's perspective, because I'm not as football mad as you lot are, but I think for me, just to, she always gives 100%, if not more, in all that she does. And just for her to be happy and do what she loves and, give it a red hot crack. And yeah, I think she'll succeed in anything that she does because she's always had a good head on her shoulders and she works hard. And I think if she makes it, fantastic. If she doesn't, I think she's still going to be around in football in some capacity because she lives and breathes it and it's her passion. Yeah.
I've told her 100% if she doesn't make it as a pro footballer when she's older, she's got a job with me at Euro Football Spot.
That's done deal.
So Ben, as a dad, who I know I do it as well, we dote on our daughters and we'll do anything for them. What's the one thing that you really wish for Charlotte in the next couple of years?
I suppose coming over to England, I think some of the differences between the English game and the Australian game is like physicality. And I think the thing I'd like to see in her is obviously work out how to combat that and just work really hard because but she's got a great base, but I just think being in such a great environment in the UK, I just think she's going to go from strength to strength with playing against good players, whatever league she plays in, and also just the coaching I think is going to be first class, and I just think it's going to take her game to the next level, whichever level she plays at,
Yeah, I'm super excited. I think I shared this with you guys on the phone a couple of years ago when I went back to the UK, and I hadn't seen the girls and the women's game in England for probably 5 or 6 years because of COVID and everything that went on. And for someone who coached in the WSL, and I coached Leicester City's women's team for the season going back over 10 years ago, to see the level it's at now, I've just been blown away. I just cannot believe where the girls and the women's game's gone, and I'm so excited for Charlotte to be lucky. The fact that, one, she is British and she's got a passport, she's going back for family reasons, and you guys are in a fortunate position to be able to do that, but also for it to be able to go and live and breathe and just to finish off that development. And wherever Charlotte ends up, I'm convinced she's going to be a success in football. I think she's going to be a success as a player. And I think, to be honest, I think Charlotte's got a bigger picture than this. I think she's going to do something even bigger than playing when she's older. And if I've got it my way, she'll be heavily involved with us, helping us promote the women's game and the girls' game and making people realise that anything's possible with hard work.
Absolutely. She's a pretty special kid, even off the football pitch.
She is. I've been very, very fortunate to work closely with you guys and to see the effort that you guys put in, and I'm very blessed myself with my girls, and just seeing Charlotte and her effort levels she puts in, and just seeing her videos on a daily basis, and everything I've asked her to do, she's gone above and beyond, and I just feel privileged to be involved in a small percent of helping her to hopefully achieve that dream in the next couple of years. And yeah, it's going to be super exciting. So before I let you go, guys, because I know it's Saturday night and you're probably going to be heading out, can I get a prediction from you for the Real Madrid versus Borussia Dortmund game? So Nikki, can I get a score prediction?
You're asking me.
Yes.
I'll go
So
with
Real Madrid.
Real Madrid.
What score do you think it's going to be?
Against who? Who's the
Borussia
game?
Dortmund.
2-1. Real Madrid.
2-1 to Real Madrid. Ben, you'll give me your analytical coach's view. What's the score?
It's going to be 3-1 to Real Madrid. And I think Bellingham will score the first goal.
Bellingham first goal, Real Madrid 3, Borussia Dortmund 1. I think one of you are going to be right. That's my prediction, 2-1 or 3-1. So look, guys, obviously I know I'll see lots of you because we get back to the UK 3 or 4 times a year. We're closely going to follow Charlotte because she's still on the pro player pathway until she's at least 16. She's on a scholarship with us. We hope to keep it on longer than that, but hopefully she doesn't need us past that. But But look, a big thank you. It's been amazing having you guys on from a mum and dad's perspective. Not only to the benefits of the pro player pathway, but some of the things that you have gone through over the past couple of years. And a big thank you from me and everyone at Euro Football staff for being part of this programme as well.
Thanks, Ray. And as always, we appreciate your support of Charlotte and development too. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, so guys. That's me over and out from the Ravenswood podcast. A big thank you for joining us on this mini episode. And a big thank you to Nikki and Ben. And we'll be in touch on our next episode in the next couple of weeks. Hi everyone, it's Ravenswood from the Ravenswood podcast. I am super excited to bring one of our players all the way beaming back live from Brisbane in Australia. I'm currently in London, in Wembley, ready for the Champions League final Saturday the 1st of June. And I believe we've got Maya Allsop on the line. Hey Maya, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Now for our listeners who are watching on in, can you just tell everyone your age, where you are from, and the position that you play?
Hi, I'm Maya Allsop. I'm currently 14 years old. I'll be turning 15 in July. And I'm living in Logan currently, and I play 6th edition.
Very good. Now, you've been involved in football since what age? What age did you start playing, Maya?
I started playing at 9.5 with my dad as my coach, so don't really know if that counts, but...
That's good. And you were from Yeppoon, which is up in central Queensland by Rockhampton originally, and you played community-based football. Now, just to explain the reason why we've got you on our podcast and why we're doing this mini episode, is just to show with a little bit of hard work and consistency on how anyone can make it as a football player if they follow our pathway. Now, we obviously met your mum through Gary Skinner, who was one of your coaches. And I'll just get it on record. Unfortunately, Gary Skinner is a Chelsea fan. So he's not a Liverpool fan like me and Maya. Just to remind Gary Skinner of that one. Now, you obviously, I worked with Gary Skinner up in central Queensland many years ago. And I was introduced to your mum and to yourself through Gary, and he said he was a player up in central Queensland that had a little bit of potential, but needed some help with the football. Now, we actually got you onto our professional player pathway just under 12 months ago. So for everyone who's listening in, can you just tell us a little bit about how you found the programme and what's been some of the best parts so far?
So I was training with Gary and he told me about you, and I was so excited and I was so thankful that I was part of the program. It's just so amazing. It's helped me immensely. Like, my training's gone from only 2 training sessions a week to up to 15 hours, which is amazing. And then I've gotten this opportunity to move to Brisbane from Yeppoon and play at such a high level. And it's just helped me improve so much. The portal, it's so great. It shows me what objectives I need to work on before my games and stuff like that. It's just amazing overall.
So from your opinion, Mary, this is a program that you believe anyone can work from anywhere on the planet? Is that what you're saying?
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. Now, for our listeners and people watching this podcast and tuning in, we've got a remotely based program called the Professional Player Pathway. And on the Professional Player Pathway, players from the ages of about 8 and 9 all the way through to 23 years of age can join us. We've got 7 pillars to the program. The reason why the program was created and designed was by me. I've worked in the game of football for over 25 years. I've worked for some of the biggest teams like Liverpool, Leicester City, Paris Saint-Germain. I used to work for some of the biggest coaches in the game. I used to work for Carlo Ancelotti, who's now the Real Madrid coach, when I was in France. Also, we've been heavily involved in the world game and developing players all around the planet. Now, one of the big things that we wanted to make sure people were aware of as well is that this program can be done from anywhere in the world. Everything is done remotely based. And just to prove the proof's in the pudding, so we discovered you, Maya, in sunny central Queensland where it's very hot and sticky. You were playing community-based football, and you've since gone direct, isn't it? And you couldn't be playing with Logan
Yes, and amazing.
in the MPL. And then one of the things that we do and offer as one of the pillars on the programme is once you've hit a certain benchmark of objectives and you have been completing your objectives to make it and show to us that you're at a standard good enough to go for a trial to the UK and Europe. Have you, can you explain a little bit about what's happening with you next year and where you're going?
So next year I'm going to be going over and I'm going to be trialing or just visiting, seeing everything in the UK. It's going to be amazing and got to put in the training and the effort.
Amazing. So just for, again, those listeners and people watching this, Maya is going to be going on some trials in January to the UK, but also she's going to be going on trials in June, July as well to France and Spain. Maya is one of our more successful players who's really getting through the programme and getting through the objectives. And once you get to a certain benchmark, we then open up opportunities for players. One of the big things that we don't do is just open up opportunities for players just because players tell us they're good enough or because their mum and dad tell us they're good enough. It gives us an indication of where they're at and how good they are. We can actually ascertain the level that players are at. And then once we see certain benchmarks are met on the 7 pillars of the programme, we can then open up the trials. So I want to ask you, Maya, the UK in January, where it's like middle of summer and it's freezing cold here at the moment, or going to Spain and France in June, July, is there a particular country you're really looking forward to go on trial?
I can't pick. It's just, that's hard. Well, I've always wanted to go to the UK and stuff like that. Liverpool is a dream of mine, and although PSG was my favourite team, I think Liverpool's overcome that, and definitely going to be the UK trip.
That's amazing. So hopefully, once you get across on the trials next year, we can open up 1 or 2 opportunities for you. And then by the time you're 16 years of age, the plan is to be playing professional football in Europe. Is that the dream?
Definitely, yeah.
And I'm sure Mum's going to want to go with you and live overseas in Europe as well, isn't she?
Yeah, I think so.
Now, before we let you go and we finish off, mate, we've got a couple of minutes to go. But just for our listeners listening in, and especially for any young girls watching, do you recommend this programme to players who are watching this?
Yeah, of course. It's just amazing help. Without it, I definitely wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be able to go overseas and do, complete my dreams and do stuff like that. So, yeah, it's definitely a good thing to get on.
That's amazing. And are you going to be okay with your mum following you all around Europe, following your career?
Yeah, I couldn't have done it without it either, so.
Oh, that's amazing. So a big thank you, mate, for joining us for this mini podcast. We wish you well. Obviously, we're going to be monitoring your journey. And for those guys who are watching and listening in as well, once a player makes it and they get an opportunity into the UK and Europe and they're with a pro club or on a scholarship opportunity, the journey's not over on the pro player pathway. You're on the programme for a minimum of 4 years. We do have bumps sometimes in the road. We have obstacles we have to get over. We have had players who are on the programme have been released from clubs, and part of this pro player pathway is to open up more opportunities. So if things don't always go to plan, we can assist and help. So we wish you well, Maya. We're super excited. We're so happy to have you on the programme, and we look forward to watching your football career develop over the next couple of years.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, Maya, before you go, I'm going to ask you one more question. Big game tonight. Real Madrid versus Borussia Dortmund. Can you give me a score prediction? And also, can you even tell me who you think the first goal scorer might be?
So, I'm a big Real Madrid fan, so I'm going to say a 2-1 win for us. And I think Jude Bellingham's going to score the first goal.
Okay, so you heard it here first, guys. Jude Bellingham, first goal. Real Madrid 2, Borussia Dortmund 1. And I think that's going to make a lot of Real Madrid fans happy if that's the case.
Definitely.
So a big thank you, Maya. Stay safe, keep well, say hello to Mum and Dad, and we'll be in touch over there the coming weeks. Hi everyone, it's Raymond Wood. A big thank you for joining us today. As ever, we've got another amazing podcast all the way back from sunny England, and we've got Gordon McCallan joining us. Gordon, how are you?
I'm very good, thanks.
Now, Gordon, you were first brought to my attention, as most of our followers know, we work in football, or soccer as it's called here in Australia, and we helped a player a couple of years ago achieve a dream and get to play for Liverpool. And I'm in regular contact with all of our players and parents. And this particular parent, he's a great guy, and he reached out to me and said that he'd seen you at Liverpool Football Club. So for all of our listeners and everyone watching in and tuning in, maybe a great way to start this episode would be basically what you were up to at Liverpool, if you can reveal that, and what it is you do day to day to help players and families.
Yeah, look, I mean, it was obviously a big thing for me as well, being a Liverpool supporter, which I'm always very open about, despite working with all these clubs. I mean, it was great to obviously visit. Yeah, I mean, look, we did a session with staff around, I think, just the importance of everybody working effectively together for young people. You know, we're not talking structures here, we're talking relationships, environments, things around young players that allow them to develop as players and as people. And the session that I'm glad the parent obviously enjoyed, we did an introduction to sports performance parenting, which we deliver in a lot of different environments, just looking at our actual role as a parent. And what that actually means. I mean, some people think, well, you're telling people how to parent. Well, no, we're not. We're actually painting pictures for people to have a greater self-awareness of how to support performance. And I think there's a big difference there between those two things. So yeah, cracking evening, and hopefully we'll be back in the future.
Yeah, amazing. As I say, I spoke to Ben, one of the parents, one of the girls who's at Liverpool, and I think from an Australian moving to the UK and experiencing like the levels, like they've been blown away, because I'm not sure if you're fully aware, but the game's in a little bit of disarray on this side of the world, in Australia and New Zealand, and it's not done to the levels that it gets done in England and in Europe. And every time there's something on, he's blown away by the level, and I'm like, this is actually quite stock standard for England. Like, this sort of stuff's been going on for 20 years. But after receiving 3 messages and 2 phone calls, I thought, right, we need to get Gordon on. So look, what we've done is, Gordon, we've actually put it out to our customers and all of our players and families that you were coming on, and we've got some questions in from some of them. So I'm going to shoot a few of the questions off, probably the best way to go. And if you'd rather not answer, just say, can't answer. So one of them was a great one brought in from one of our families, and they've said, like, a core problem they want you to help them with. From you working in grassroots all the way through to elite sport, what's one of the biggest single mistakes that you see well-intentioned parents make that actually limits the children from pushing on? Is the one that you can really pinpoint that you don't think they're intentionally doing it, but it's a common one that you see?
Yeah, I think there's probably a couple of threads behind that for me. I think we should never underestimate the influence that we have as parents as the ultimate role models, and some of the things that young people need to be high performers. You know, I'm big on a lot of those building blocks young performers need, you know, commitment, resilience, the ability to make good decisions, adapt, be creative, organize themselves, communicate well with people. And a lot of their understanding of the sporting world from the younger stage comes from us as parents. They're a blank canvas. How we talk to them about sport, how we manage disappointment with them, what we value at home, what we deem as important are all vital in many ways shaping their future. Now, the challenge is, if you don't have a really good understanding of how young players develop, and the fact that every journey is different and it happens at different stages, and and all of the other bits that go around performance, I think you end up falling back to, well, this is just what we do in football based on what we watch on the TV. And how I support on a Saturday watching Premier League football is very different to how I would ever support with sort of two young kids in a pathway. And I think that without that support, they just get sucked into lots of external noise. And I think even, in a world of comparison that we're growing up in, particularly for young people, you're lucky now because thankfully your country's shown some leadership on this. But I think with the advent of social media and how people are comparing, parents are really bad at that. And the kids tell us that actually one of their top 3 things for when mum and dad are at their worst is when they get compared to other players. Now, it's the comparison where we just say, well, why were they able to do that and you weren't? And the kids aren't in control of it. There's no feedback attached to it. And it ends up just making them feel worse and worse. And actually, half the time, there was nothing they could have done at that particular point in time. It was just where they were at that stage of the journey. So I think there's challenges around our role modelling. I think the understanding of how we develop young players, and then just, I guess, this comparison piece, and that every journey is unique, and we've got to get really comfortable with that. There isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. If you and I knew that we could put it into a pill to create a professional player, we'd be richer than Elon Musk. So before anybody can tell you that, we don't. We just don't. We can just go on what we know, what we've seen, upgrades in coaching, education, sports science, in the hope that we might find that formula that we're looking for. But you couldn't just copy and paste it from one person to the next and assume, well, that worked for them, so this will work for me.
It's so true. The program that I've built over the last 25 years, the professional player pathway, I was very fortunate to work on the EPPP with the FA. And that's obviously, as you know, was in excess of a £2 billion project to date. And we've had 24 success stories come out of Australia and the USA. And we think we've got the magic pill, but what we've discovered is we've got 8 pillars to the program. But only if you follow the 8 pillars and you follow it religiously and consistently for 10 years, you will spit out the other end. You might be a League 2 player or you might be a Premier League player, but what we're finding is so many of them fall by the wayside along the way because they're just not willing to put in the work and the effort. But also, I don't think the parents realise how much effort's required to get them there. And it's a tricky one. You've probably seen a lot of it as well in the time in the UK. Now, moving on from that, when we look at talent versus environment, this great question's a great one, again, from one of our parents. How much do you believe, Gordon, on a player's success is actually down to talent? And how much do you think comes more from the environment that's created by parents and coaches? Which side of the camp are you in?
Well, I actually think the best are both. So yeah. I'm not really sitting on the fence there. Because, and you see that, I always moan about the lack of context in messaging that we see with random statements throughout, what's the one about talent, hard work will always beat talent if talent doesn't work. Well, that doesn't apply because you could be the worst player that's never kicked a ball, and you could desperately want to be a professional footballer and you could work harder than anybody else, but you're still not going to be good enough. So I don't buy into that sort of basic black and white narrative. What I do think is if you have ability, for me, you still need to have those fundamental building blocks that I talked about earlier if you want to be successful as a performer. And I think that's created by the environment. And I think those character traits need to be developed. But I think we probably at a stage where we've got to be even more intentional with that. Many people used to think, sport, this naturally creates some of these traits. Well, yes, it can. But I think we're having to go, because of the changes in society, because of the changes with technology, because of the changes in modern day parenting, I think we're having to strip that noise away, push it to the side, because what hasn't changed is performance. And if you want to be a performer, you're going to have some talent, but you're also going to have to understand what holds that talent together and develop that alongside it. And I always say to parents, because we just haven't got any of these guarantees in the sports industry. You know, I've got kids in Olympic programs who couldn't have done any more over the last decade, Raymond, and they still haven't achieved what they wanted to achieve. And they're lashing out to adults around them saying, well, you told me if I just did this, I'd get there in the end, and you told me that, and all of this. And actually, we've really reframed what we're saying to them. We're only going to give ourselves the best chance because that's all we can promise. And it's not about being negative. It's about making sure we've done everything we possibly can, with the fallback being for me that if we invest all this time into this process, which you're going to have to do, which you know, and you don't quite get to where you want to be, what you have created is a brilliant person who will thrive in whatever walk of life they go into. And then I think it makes it really worthwhile. If we just sell that one success criteria, so many of us are going to be disappointed. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I love that one, and I think if we understand that, there's a lot of successes along the way, and we speak a lot about processes versus outcomes, and being a lot more focused on processes in our program. And they actually, if you start recognizing processes as wins, when you get that big outcome like scoring a goal or getting selected for your team for next year, that also then doesn't get given that big hoo-ha like it normally does, because the players are so process focused. Now, the next one, I always laugh at this one, the sideline effect. I can remember being 10 years of age, going to watch my cousin, who was a very talented footballer, and he was playing in Kirby at the time for a team called Kirby Town, which is where Liverpool's new training ground is. And my uncle, God love him and rest his soul, used to have a little bit of a temper on the sideline, and I'd been privy to him running across the pitch, having punch-ons with other parents, not really setting a good role model. So then 20 years later, I'm coaching at Leicester City in the Premier League at Everton, where the parents are 40 metres behind this tape. They're not allowed to do anything other than cheer. And I thought, wow, hasn't the game come on? The question I want to get to with the sideline effect, and we've got a lot of problems with this in Australia at the moment. It's like being in England in the 80s. What does the research and your experience tell you about sideline behaviour, and how does it really impact confidence, decision making, and love for the game? And give us an example. I'm sure you've seen many.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to think how you answer something like this, because everybody naturally on the parent thing, and when you do work with a lot of parents, how do I sort the sideline out? And I think it's got to go far deeper than that, because loads of people have tried to sort the sideline out with loads of different campaigns, chuck millions on it, and it's still as bad as what it ever is. The Australian one's interesting for me. I'll tell you a story. I was in Singapore doing some work with gymnastics, and I met an Australian in a bar, and we got talking about football. And he asked what I did, and I asked what he did. He said, oh, that's really interesting. And he said, who do you barrack for? So I was sort of taken aback culturally, and I had so many conversations. I thought, what a bizarre question. I'm assuming he means who do I support? But the immediate link then is, oh, well, football, that means I behave like that. You know, and what you find then is what people are doing is that, like we talked about earlier, is they're basically saying, oh, well, this is what we do in football. So actually, because in football I've seen some of these elements of behaviour, oh, well, that's all right for me then to sort of behave like that. The trouble is it doesn't support the challenge is it doesn't support performance. Now, when you get people to think about how do you support in a way that supports performance, particularly on the sides, you know, I always say we're trying to, particularly in my work, we're trying to help young players be ready for that step up to the professional game. Well, if they're going to play in front of 10, 15, 20,000, they're not going to be able to hear you yelling pass, down the line, tackle, shoot, and everything else that goes with it from the younger stage. So at what age are you going to let the stabilisers off? And if you'd link that to the fact that actually all the good learning happens because we see pictures, we paint pictures in our mind, we make mistakes, we then adapt that to the next picture that we get. That picture from a player's perspective looks very different from what it does on the side. And in my sessions, when I wander to the side of where I deliver and say, funny, that's a very different view from the one I've got at the front as to where the spaces are and whatever else, you start to then think, okay, well, hang on. What am I actually here for? Am I supporting a team, or am I supporting development, or am I supporting performance? Now, this isn't about removing fun, by the way. I'm not a fan of silent sidelines. I'm really not. I think they make a point, but they're very rarely backed up by continuous education, which is my issue with them. I think it raises awareness, but unless this is an ongoing piece and we're digging deeper and we're enhancing the environment that young people play in, it's just another thing that we tick off and do, and 2 weeks later everybody's back to behaving like normal, whether the kids have had it or not. So I always like to go down that line than trying to solve the society problem. Certainly with performance parents, is how are you supporting a performer? And I think that means your ability to let them make those choices, to not get too embroiled. And if you do get emotional about stuff, I think this is a really good one for parents. And you know that all the external noise, all that stress of other parents, everything else that's going on, if you know inherently in your nature that's a challenge for you, I would go and stand on your own and zip your coat up. And honestly, my zip coat over the years, watching my two kids, I've still got a daughter at Newcastle United, a son who got released at 13 from a then Premier League club. I mean, my zips heard so many swear words over the years and so many statements. But the key is, it's not impacting on the actual game and the kids. So I think all these things just help people consider, why do they do what they do? And I think with the sideline, they do that because this is just what we do. This is just what we do in football. Well,
Yeah.
doesn't mean it's a good thing. And at the top clubs now, we're actually saying, why would we want to say this is what we do in football? It's actually, hang on, this is what we do at Liverpool because we've made the choice that we know this is right. We've got to be brave. This is what we do here, and this is what we're going to police and do effectively because we know that creates better players. And people have to be brave and police and stand behind some of the things they say they're going to do. But you can't conquer the whole game. Impossible. Couldn't have that impact. Nobody could have that impact on society.
No. If anyone can fix VAR, you'd be onto $1 billion business.
Yeah, it'd be like the magic pill, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Now, the next one, and I love this one because I was very lucky to work with a very progressive head of football at Leicester City, a guy called John Rudkin. And at the time when I was working there, he said, we have a triangle and everything's got to work in synergy. He said, you've got the player at the top, you've got the parents at the bottom left, and you've got the club and the coaches at the bottom right. And if we all accept praise, but we all accept when things go wrong, responsibility, it's like this formula that will always work. And I used to love that. But from your point, when we talk about coach and parent alignments, in your experience, what separates environments where parents and coaches work in sync from those that constantly clash? And if you could give us a good example of something that you could maybe refer back to.
Well, I think that triangle I think the key to that is bringing that triangle to life. We've made some adaptations to it because actually, particularly with younger players, we put the parent at the top because the reality is without them and their influence, you've got no one to coach. We put the kids in the middle, and then the clubs and the coaches around that. Look, coaches, teachers, really tough job, really difficult job. We go in and do a lot of work with coaches on how do you work effectively with parents. My gut on all of this is that for me, young people need consistency from key people in their lives. And when young people say to me, Gordon, who do I listen to, my parent or my coach? I'm like, well, tell me what it is. And with the limited information, I'll give you an honest answer. And sometimes I'll say parent and sometimes I'll say coach. There's something massively uncomfortable about that for me. Everybody's banging on in the world about what young people need. A good starting point would be some leadership and consistency from key people in their lives. And then we'll worry about all the other bits that go. They're getting so many mixed messages and mixed noise. I think coaches bring different experiences to it. So when you work with young coaches who've never really had a challenge with parents, they're quite open to it. Those that have been round the block, maybe got a little bit older, a little bit uglier in my case, and have had to deliver bad news at a variety of points. You've then been on the receiving end of the late night email full of Sauvignon Blanc. You've been on the receiving end of all of these things. And it changes your perception of how you want to work with them, because it's like, actually, this is easy for me. I just want to push you as far away as possible. But actually, that presents really big problems, because then you don't get, well, actually, what's the coach working towards here? Where's the progress update for my kid? What are we working on? How can we support at home? Because parents are desperate to do the extra supporting bit. So how do we bring them into that whilst they're not interfering with maybe the technical and the coaching aspect of the game? How do we do it in a way that makes those conversations happen, and how do we create environments for those to happen? But not so that parents have got access to coaches every minute of the day either. But what you can't have is the wall of silence where the parents make up their own narratives, because I think that causes more damage than actually the reality of it, because they just pass it round to each other. But that's based on a lack of information for me, and a lack of understanding, and a lack of clarity and transparency of what's going on. And I think the best environments that I see working are really good. There is a safety for parents to speak in different formats, however that may be. But they're very aligned on, this is what we're trying to achieve. These are the steps that we're going to get there. This is what we're doing. This is what we could like you to help us with. And I think environments that are able to do that, I just think everybody benefits, because we've got to paint the picture of what development is, because it's not always nice. And when I see parents who are shocked by some of the it's like, what were you expecting to see from being involved in performance sport? You know, it's like being a firefighter. If you go into the fire service, you will expect to see fire. If you go into performance sport, there are things you are going to see that happen to absolutely everybody that's ever played the game, or anybody that's tried to achieve. And then there's this major shock. Well, let's just talk about it. Let's just get it out there. Let's be honest. And let's just try and make sense of it in a way that helps young people.
Yeah, I love that. Now, this next one, the car ride home. What's one thing that parents need to stop saying to kids, and what should be the framework of the car journey home from a parent's perspective to the child?
Yeah, okay. What I think we have to get away from is widely publicised, this would be really good to say, I loved watching you play, or did you enjoy that? Because if I asked my 15-year-old daughter that question now, she'd look at me as though I was on another planet. I get that some of these people are desperate to get a greater narrative. The reality for me, car journeys home, after games, everybody's emotional, tired, worked up. That's parents, coaches, and young players. Emotionally, physically, mentally tired. If things haven't gone according to plan, and I don't know how parents feel. I mean, parents listen to me. I'm shattered after watching my kids compete. I haven't verbalized it, but my God, I've lived the experience with them and everything that goes with it. In no other walk of life, if it's gone badly, would we put those two human beings back together and say, do you know what, we're now going to pick the bones out of that.
Yeah, you can imagine that on Match of the Day.
Yeah, but there you go. But there's the issue. I think, because what happens is, because we've got so used to after-match analysis, and because we've got so used to, oh, well, this is clearly what we do from the age of 5 when we first appear, with the kids walking 10 metres behind us, sipping their water with their heads down, as we quote, match the day from the night before. It doesn't necessarily support performance. And I think our ability, if it's gone well, it's easy, because everybody wants to talk about, oh, did you see that? Oh, that was amazing when I did this. That's easy. That's the easy bit. But I think working with our kids around what actually works for them, what do they need after a game, and talking to them, because again, everybody's going to be different. And when I work with teenagers, Raymond, I've got live evidence of this, because I ask them what they want after a game. And their top 3 answers are bath and a shower, food and a sleep. At no point do they say a full-scale debrief with my mum and dad. However, what they do say is, I love talking to my parents about their sport, about my sport. And I'm like, yes, thank goodness for that. I love talking sport with my kids. And I said, well, what does that mean? And they'll say, well, I'm happy to do it later, or I'm happy to do it tomorrow, or a day after. And we know that from performance environments, that some elements of feedback we hold on to in the immediate aftermath of a game, and we wait till training on the Monday or training on the Tuesday. Well, we can incorporate that into some of our parenting approach as well. And I think if you are going to ask questions, you want to get your kids reflecting on their experience through their eyes, and try to resist the urge to do all the technical feedback of how you saw the world, unless they're leading it. But again, some kids will probably say, yeah, I need that from my dad as well. They have such a big influence. So I'm never going to say it's completely right one way or the other. I think there's just things we've got to consider.
Yeah, I love it. I think for me, I think the big game changer being at a Category 1 club at Leicester at the time was when they implemented the bus journeys to and from the games. So especially the away games, so the parents were allowed to travel, but they weren't allowed to be with the players. And the players had to be on the bus to come home. And what we found was the social elements of the game was great, because the kids would get on the bus, win, lose or draw. And we found that none of them really spoke about the game. All they were talking about was the computer games, the latest girlfriends. And they actually just had child time, being a child. And I remember having Luke Thomas and Harvey Barnes at the time, and they're sitting at the back of the bus, and I just look back now, and they were like 12 and 14 years of age, and think the kids just wanted to be kids. They didn't want that full match of the day debrief. And I think it's a shame that not everyone gets that, because not everyone plays at that level, and they have to do the car journey home sometimes, unfortunately, with difficult conversations.
But also, the thing for me, Roman, we've seen with the growth of our work, is who helps them.
Yeah.
So we're having this chat. If you listen to this morning, you might go, actually, is that good, and maybe adapt one thing. Where's the mass support on how we actually support young people, and help clubs and coaches create the right environments for that to happen?
It's so interesting. So without going off track too much, when we worked on the EPPP and we were trying to get the Cat 1 status for Leicester, which was successful, it always used to sit in the back of my head. I was reading a lot of books like Bounce by Matthew Said and Outlier by Malcolm Gladwell, and it sort of hit me that we're missing the boat. And this is 15 years ago, that the most important components of a child's life is the parents, or the parents. And I think that's where we're going to not increase 1%. I think we can increase football players in England by another 10%, I think, if we start to work with the parents. And I think this is why, when I seen your business and I seen your LinkedIn profile, and I spoke to Ben and he told me about you, and I'm like, this needs to be spread. Like, this is something that we've been throwing mud on the wall for years, but it hasn't been sticking. So it is a real privilege to speak to you today, mate, because I can see people are going to see this, and it's going to make a huge change. And hopefully England can get that World Cup one year.
I can't guarantee that, but we live in hope, don't we?
We do. Now, we've only got a couple of questions to go, so we've got 2 more to go. The next one is the parents as a performance asset. So if parents saw themselves as part of the performance team rather than spectators, what behaviours do you think could change first?
I think again for me, it's an again, it's what our role is as a parent, isn't it? I think if we're supporting performance, our role is obviously in logistics, environment at home, conversations, dialogues, and I actually think more. For me, when young people say I want to be a professional player, or young people say I want to go to the Olympics, I think that's brilliant. I love people to dream, aspire, and have hope. But I think what it does mean for us as parents is I do think it means we can shift the dial on them a little bit, because then we've got to be demanding of the behaviours and those building blocks.
Yeah.
And we're not confronting the person, because you try and have some of these conversations with teenagers, it's an absolute minefield. We're not confronting the person, we're confronting the behaviour. And actually our ability as parents to recognise that actually if I support, like you talked about earlier, the processes, that actually you need to bring into your week a large number of these character traits. You're telling me that you want to be a professional player, yet you're still on your devices till 3 a.m, and you're maybe not getting a quality of sleep, and you're maybe not doing your nutrition as well as it could be done. I've got an issue with that, because for me, they're then just words. But I think there has to be that distinction then between, this is my kid just going out to play grassroots football, and this is somebody trying to do performance. I think they're two very different entities with very different outcomes, and everybody wants a one-size-fits-all solution to the whole thing. The moment we mention performance, for me, and you're part of supporting performance, I think you've got to really look at what your role is within that group.
Yeah, 100%. It's so important, and I think the whole sort of content of this podcast has all been about framing it and how the parents frame everything. And I think just having a bit of a plan and a thought process. Now, the final one, you're probably expecting this one, but the final question, and this is my question, for parents who are genuine and they want to give the child the best chance, not just in sport, but I think in life as well, what are the 3 behaviours or 2 or 3 behaviours that you think they can commit to today that's achievable, but they should follow through with them? And not just as like in your line of work, but as a fellow parent as well.
Oh, tough one. I prefer your parents' questions. They're easy. We'll go. Look, I think there's got to be commitment. There has to be commitment. I always just say that. It's always a context thing for me. There has to be commitment, but also young people need to have rest, recovery, and balance in their lives. But there has to be a commitment on things that we're trying to do and trying to achieve. Look, motivation comes and goes, Raymond. We all know that from our lives. But if we've committed to, this is what I'm trying to do, you find a way of getting the job done. So I think there's a commitment piece. I think you have to have resilience.
Yeah.
The trouble is, everything in the world at the moment is chipping away against resilience.
Yeah.
Blame cultures, excuses, poor
entitlements,
comparisons, all of those behaviours. We've got to foster that in a positive way. And do you know what? It means pain, it means upset, and it means learning from these experiences and doing it in a way that creates far better foundations. I also think a trait that I just think in life, and I know has been invaluable to me, and I encourage this in my kids more than any other trait, is your ability to communicate with other people. I think is huge.
Yeah.
I think your ability to take people with you, I think your ability to go and seek support, your ability to communicate well, absolutely massive. And do you know what? Young players are not going to reach the top on their own. They're going to need support. they're going to need support. Well, we want to get them talking about their game. We know one of the traits of high performers is how good they are at evaluating performance and what it is that they're doing. Well, we've got to get them talking about their sport, get them talking about how they're feeling about it. If they need to solve problems, maybe rather than always jumping in, is this one of those times where actually I can help shape a conversation with them to maybe go and have with the coach or somebody within the club, get them standing on their own 2 feet. So, yeah, I think for me, commitment, resilience, good communicators, I think would stand you in pretty good stead.
It's an amazing one to finish on, and I had a really big argument with my ex-wife at the time. This is many years ago, and my eldest daughter, who's now 17, professional tennis player, she was 6 years of age, and we'd just come back to England for a visit, and we pulled up outside the newspaper shop, and I give her some money. She was only 6, and I said, you need to go in the shop, you need to get me a copy of the Liverpool Echo. I wrote it down as it's a newspaper, and she stood there outside the shop 15 minutes crying. And I'm like, no, you need to just go in. I'm watching, and she did eventually. And I remember her mum saying to me many years later, she said, I sort of understood what you were doing with her when she was really young, really helping her to have the confidence to go in even at the age of 6 and 7. Because I think that's normal for me and you to walk in the shop and buy a newspaper. But if you've never done it, the first barrier is communication. And I think it's a poignant one to finish on. Now, for all of our followers, before we let you go, Gordon, so obviously you've been doing a bit of work in Liverpool this year. Is there any other big clubs that you've worked in and any other big plans for the rest of 2026 that you can share with our platform? Because we're very fortunate. We've got about 2 million followers across all the socials. So everyone would be keen to know what you're up to this year.
Yeah, look, there's loads on the go. I mean, we work across the Premier League, the boys and girls programme. We're working with the England teams on the girls' side. We're across all of the Football League clubs. But beyond, some stuff in the US as well, working with individual clubs over there. And then, of course, that's our football world. We're doing rugby pathways, cricket pathways, hockey, gymnastics, international gymnastics. I was even asked to do some work in curling and skateboarding. I mean, I always joke, I know absolutely nothing about curling and skateboarding. And I always say, if anybody wants to have a chat, I'd be really grateful. Nobody comes forward. Nobody's come forward yet for a long time. But yeah, look, massively exciting. And the best thing for me is I get to have so many dialogues and visit so many different environments every day. It's a real privilege. And all you're trying to do, I guess, is bring everybody closer together, relationships-wise, in a way that ultimately is helping these young people thrive. And yeah, very fortunate to, as I say, work with all these different experiences and try and make sense of what is a very complex world that we're living in.
It is. It's very, very complex. Now, we will share it in the show notes, but if anyone wants to reach out to you or get a copy of the book or anything, where can they go to see it?
Yeah, so the book's exclusively available on the Parents in Sport platform. That's www.parentsinsport.co.uk. That's not because it's not a bestseller. It's the fact that I wasn't going to let Amazon take all the profits from that. So we sell that there, but we sell it after talks across the world, and we've got a number of programs who buy all of those books for their parents within their programs. So that's how we do our sales. So that's the best place to find us. And if anybody wants to reach out and send us an email from there, that would be the place to do it.
What I'm going to do is, for all of my listeners and followers on our platform, the first 3 players to comment on this book, BOOK, we'll actually purchase you a copy of the book. So we're going to give away 3 copies. And all you've got to do, my friends, on our platform is comment the word book, and the first 3 families to do that, we'll actually purchase a copy of the book for you off Gordon. So, Gordon, a big thank you, mate. I know it's early morning there, it's late at night here, but a big thank you for your time. And maybe we do weekly live calls with our athletes. So maybe at some point later in the year, if maybe we could get you for 15, 20 minutes and let our parents unleash themselves on you.
Yeah,
Would be great.
absolutely. Yeah, no, happy to help. Love the conversation as always.
Cheers, Gordon. I'll be in touch, mate. Thanks very much.
Gotta do this weight session, gotta do this. That's not gonna help you whenever you're in sparring and somebody's punching the head off you, you know what I mean? It's fight, we have to fight, you know what I mean? So, obviously, as you put the hard work in, but I like this whenever I'm sparring and stuff, it takes priority and you want to be sparring fresh because obviously if you're not sparring well, that plays in your head as such, do you know what I mean? Some people don't spar that well, like I don't spar the best anyway, but then on Fight Night I rise sort of, like I fight better than what I spar.
Yeah.
Just purely because of you rise for the occasion, you know what I mean? But I know some people who are the complete opposite, spar unbelievable, but then when they're under the bright lights, no good. Yeah, you know, just they don't perform
Exactly
at all.
the same in football. There's been a lot of footballers over the years who've had the thrown at them, and I've seen it on training grounds in the Premier League. Like, you've got some of the most amazing trainers, but then when they get on a pitch, they just can't put it together.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of players who are the other way around, and
Yeah.
it must be tricky to balance that one.
It is, and that's why like sometimes you can't like. Now my coaches and stuff and my manager and that, they know me so well. They don't panic whenever I don't spar that well because they know I fight. Like, and that's when you want to be doing it. You know what I mean? So
You don't want it the other way around.
there's no world titles won in sparring. Yeah. So like, obviously, as I said, the main thing is the sparring, getting ready for the fight, and lots of punching, lots of pad work, and all that, working on your technique, and all that is a given. But just S&C and the running and that's just a part of the puzzle.
Yeah.
But the majority is the boxing.
Is the boxing. It's actually getting in and practicing.
100%. There's nothing like, as you know yourself, like.
One of the big things that our players go through, and you obviously go through a lot, because not only like have you got hundreds of thousands of people in the room, but you're on the cameras, people are watching this worldwide. When you're walking into that ring, I mean, I love your walk-ins, I love the music, but I actually get nervous for you as well, and I'm like, bloody hell, like I'm sitting here getting nervous for him, thinking God knows what Conor feels like. Have you got a way of channeling that? Do you get nervous? Is it a good nervous energy? Are you able to turn it into a positive energy? How do you deal with it?
Yeah, I believe I turn it into a positive energy because, like, the fighting is the fun part of me. Like, I love the fighting. Like the training, it's all right. I know you have to do it, but like, I definitely much prefer fighting than training. You know, so like getting to the fight night, like knowing whenever I get to the fight night, like knowing I've put in the work, you know, and that's where I get my confidence from because I know I do train hard. You know, I know I put in the work, and that's where a lot of the confidence comes from. But just knowing that, right, we're here now. No injuries, no colds, no flus. You know, all the hours and sacrifice that I've done comes down to this. And that's why you see me when I'm coming out, I'm laughing, I'm like buzzing, I'm dancing, I'm singing to the music and getting the crowd and everything going. And that's what it's all about, you know?
Yeah.
And I do love that. It definitely turned into a positive. And I think that's why I perform on the night as such, because like I'm not nervous. I'm not like, oh, well, what can you? But I know the work I've done, and I believe in my ability. And if I didn't think I'd beat the boy, I wouldn't be in the ring.
Yeah.
And that's just how it is.
Now, your ring walkout, I want you to tell everyone the song that you come out to, and also why you chose that song.
Yeah, well, I've had a few different ones. I came out to Working Class Man at the start. I think it was my coach. He used to walk out. I came out to a few Irish songs, and then obviously it was headline on St. Patrick's Day. That one that you were at, I came out, did a bit of an Irish song at the start, and then it burst into Run This Town because it really got the crowd going.
Yeah.
And I've kept that since, just because in Sydney the last time there was a big Irish crowd in Sydney as well, and obviously I'm very proud to be Irish, and I'll never change, you know what I mean? So it's good. And I got to play on that Irish theme because everyone knows the fighting Irish, and everyone knows the Irish love a scrap, they love a beer. So I'll keep it going. But no, I'm looking forward to getting back. I love the Fortitude Music Hall where I'm fighting next. It is my favourite venue.
Yeah.
I've made it a bit of a home for myself now, and obviously with Finn McCool's, they're one of my sponsors as well, right across the road.
Yeah.
Everyone goes there before the fight.
Yeah.
The fight, and then go there after. That's where I have my after party. So it's unreal, and it's building and building all the time, and I'm sure you've seen on St. Patrick's Day what it was like. It was unbelievable.
I couldn't believe it that day. It was such a good day, like, to bring my two daughters out, and I've told them about many of the drunken St. Patrick days we were part of as kids growing up with my dad and my uncle and my granddad. And I've told you, like, my nan was from Ireland, from the south of Ireland, from a place called Kildare in Dublin. We've got a lot of Irish roots, and just for my girls to be part of that and put the green on and wear your colour in your tea, and it was such a good day and night. And then, you know, even going back in the pub in the evening, just for the atmosphere alone, like, it was phenomenal. Like, you just can't beat it.
Yeah, unbelievable. And again, I was supposed to fight last St. Patrick's Day, not the one just gone.
Yeah.
But the hand surgery ruled me out of it, so I broke my hand that November and got the 7 screws and the bone from my hip, and that was a setback. You know, I was so looking forward to fighting on St. Patrick's Day, and then it was pushed back until July just to give me a little bit of time.
Yeah.
And then I wasn't for missing it. I wasn't for missing the one just gone. It was an unbelievable fight too, and because it was a bit of a war, and I ended up knocking the guy out in the 6th round again. So, but I think if I hadn't really stopped the boy earlier in the first round, it wouldn't have been as good an event. You know, the fight made it as well, because it was a war and the crowd was so involved. It was good, you know, and then getting the knockout put the icing on the cake, you know. So it was good.
It was so good. Now, we speak to our athletes about sort of like pre-game rituals, and we spoke to them about last year about, like, as an example, Rafa Nadal in tennis. Everyone who's seen him, they think he's ADHD in a sense of the way, like, he turns his bottles and he twists his lids a certain way. But I know from my background, he's actually, what he's doing is he's focusing on processes and outcomes, and he's trying to put the outcome of the match away and just focus on one process at a time, and that's actual a visual reminder for him. It's like a trigger. Do you have any, like, pre-fight rituals to help you with any of that stuff, or anything maybe you're superstitious about, or for our athletes you could tell or share with?
Yeah, definitely. I am a very superstitious person, to be honest. I don't like to change much. I like to keep the same routine, as I said earlier in the podcast. But, like, so after I have the weigh-in and stuff, I start to refuel and rehydrate. I always go to an Italian restaurant.
Yeah.
Then the night before the fight, just like to carb up and pasta and stuff. And that's one thing I always do. But go to the same one all the time. Marinara at Clayfield, you probably know it.
Lovely.
Yeah, I go there, and then I get up. So on the day of the fight, I don't like lying about, you know, and the day drags, you're just sitting thinking about the fight. So I like to surround myself with, get out and go for a coffee and be around my mates, be around my missus, you know, and it takes your mind off the fight as such.
Yeah.
Because on a normal day or from sparring, I never lie in bed all day or rest, or your mind's just doing overtime. So I like to, it's just another day, you know, and then I'll go to the pool, jump in the pool, have a bit of a swim, bit of a stretch.
Yeah.
Feel good, and then actually train the day of the fight as well, because it just helps you settle food in the food. And I train twice a day anyway. I don't do a mad session where I'm absolutely gassed, but I do a good blowout. You just feel better, you know what you feel like after getting the body moving and stuff. And then I'll go home and have a bit of a feed, follow my plans from my dietitian and stuff, and then I head to the fight. But obviously I like to wear the same boxers and stuff like fighting. Just stuff like that, you know. It's just a real common thing, and the same little prayer that I've always said since I was 11. Just what my first boxing coach, he done this little prayer verse, and I've always said it before every fight, you know. Just simple stuff like that, but
just keeping to that routine again.
Keeping to that routine. Get my training session all in, feel good, the food that I eat. Know what works well for me, what doesn't work well for me. So I've been around the game a long time. I've been boxing for almost 20 years and stuff, and you pick up things along the journey, along the way, and I got to use them to my advantage.
Now, roll on this fight, and let's imagine you get over the line with that fight and you put that one away. What's the next plans? Because you've already said you're ranked number 2 in the world. Who's in your sights? Who is it? Who do you want to fight, and where do you want to fight, and what's your dream?
Yeah, so like I've dreamt about being a world champion since I was a young boy, you know, and like been boxing for 20 years, as I say, this just didn't happen overnight. I have had a lot of ups and downs, you know, injuries and whatnot. So this fight in December, I'm definitely not overlooking my opponent. You know, you can't at this level. Anything can happen. It's a fight game, so it's very important for me. This can be a banana skin. You know what I mean? If I lose, it undoes all my good work. So a lot of pressure on every fight now. Every
Yeah.
fight's like a world title fight, as I say. So I'm looking forward to getting in there and doing a good job. And I like the pressure. I like having that pressure on me, and it pushes me hard in training because I know if I lose here, I slip up. So the main thing is to get a good win, and from then I'm looking forward to setting myself up for a huge year next year.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're coming for that. We're not too far away from a world title shot. So
Do you think if you get this fight over the line, is the next fight a potential world title fight or not?
potentially it could be, you know,
Yeah.
depending on what happens with the belts and stuff. I think it's a little bit up in the air what's going to happen with if the boys are rematching or not. I think they've all better be maybe rematching in March, but
Yeah.
again, I leave that up to my management and promoters. That is their job, but they've got my best interests at heart, and they know we're all pulling together the one way to get that world title shot. So the main thing is for me to keep winning, and if the next fight after this one is not a world title shot or whatever, and I just need to be fighting. Do you know what I mean? It's like I don't want to not fight from now until maybe next November or next October. That's pointless. You know. Main thing is you get a good win and then to take it from there and see what's next. But that's the beauty of having a good team around you. You know.
As a young boy growing up, is there one venue or one sort of like hotel or one stadium where you'd absolutely love to fight in?
I think with my experience I've been with McGregor, you know, in Vegas, that T-Mobile Arena, it's a special stadium. Yeah, the walkout and stuff. I know the UFC events are mad and the fans are fanatics, you know, but I'll never forget walking out with him. Obviously, I got to do his corner for the fight, or in the cage, and walking out. I'm not joking you, Ray. The ground was like vibrating. And I've never experienced that before in my life, but it was just never the woman. She was like 3, 2, 1, walk, and we start on the floor. I'm not messing. I've never ever in all my time I've been to some of the biggest boxing events ever, and I've never ever experienced anything like that. Conor McGregor.
What would that T-Mobile Arena hold in Vegas? Is it?
I'm not too sure, but even just the full week, the buzz, the fight week and all. But I thought that was unbelievable, right? And then, but just that walk, I'll never forget her coming in and us walking out, and I was just like, wow, this is not wise.
So obviously, I've seen on your posting, I've heard you speak about Conor McGregor before. So have you actually got in the ring with him and sparred with him, or have you done anything with him in the past?
Yeah, I have. I was actually his main sparring partner for the Nate Diaz fight. As you know, I'm a tall southpaw. Left-handed, obviously that's the same as Diaz. So whenever he had the first loss, he was just sparring people in the gym and whatever. But until you don't change anything until you have a loss, or if it's not broke, don't fix it. You know what I mean? So he obviously had that loss, and similar to myself, he wanted to get the win back. So he put a plan in place, new strength coach, new conditioning coach, and brought in sparring partners specific and similar to Diaz. And I was obviously one of them.
That's smart.
The fight was like a boxing fight, you know. Stand up, I'm tall, lanky, the same as Diaz, and that's what it was like. So he brought me into Dublin to spar him, and then I sparred him once in Dublin, and then he ended up taking me to Vegas for the full 6 or 8 week camp, whatever it was. Lived in Vegas with him for the full camp, and it was unbelievable. You know, the people that
hell of a time.
Oh, it was unreal. You know, the people that we met along the way. It was, but it made me hungry. You know, and
you want that.
That's where I want to be. You know, and that's whenever I knew McGregor started from nothing. You know, and just with hard work and sacrifice, and he had plenty of ups and downs, and the main thing is the hard work and dedication he put in got him to where he was 100%. You know, and we met Kanye West, Cristiano Ronaldo, we met everyone. You know, it was crazy.
Amazing. I remember growing up as a kid and always avidly I always loved football, but boxing was always one that we were, you know, the Mike Tyson fights, the Frank Bruno fights. I remember seeing those big fights in Vegas going, it'd be amazing to go to Vegas and watch a fight, but it's changed a bit now, the boxing world. A lot of it's going to Saudi, there's a lot more money coming from that. So would that be something that you'd still be keen on as well if there was an opportunity to go into Saudi? And
oh, for sure, well, I just got back from Saudi. I was over there at the Bivol and Beterbiev fight, and obviously Jairo Bataya was fighting, Sky Nicholson was fighting, 2 Aussies, so it's good to go along and support them and see what it's like. That was my first time in Saudi Arabia, but again, you know, it was good to get over there. People seeing the rankings and stuff, but it's good to get over there and do a bit of networking and meet some people that did heaps of media and stuff. But to get over there, it's about the relationship you have with them people, and that's how you get on them big shows and stuff, you know, as well.
Yeah.
You know, you can keep winning and stuff, but if they don't sort of have that relationship with you, or
I think it's good for people to put your face to your name as well. Isn't
exactly,
it?
exactly. That's what it's all about. And again, networking and seeing people, and I'm a bit like yourself, you know.
Yeah.
I love talking and meeting new people, and I think that's how we sort of get on, you know. And it was great. It was great to be there and be part of it. And again, that makes you hungrier to want to get there.
So thanks to you, you're not aware of this, but since we come to your last fight, and obviously I brought my youngest one, Paloma, we've watched Rocky 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 about 5 times over. She just does not shut up about it. Like, she's like, it's like Connor's fights, look, Dad. And then, she was devastated when she watched Rocky 3 when he lost to Mr. T.
I must actually watch them back. I haven't watched them in a while yet. But whenever you do start getting into them, you want to just watch them all, isn't it?
But I'm using it as a bit of a psychology with her because she's done a lot of different sports over the years, where my eldest has just solely been tennis, and I'm trying to get into running a little bit just for a bit of fitness and just for health reasons. And it's funny that the night before, if she's watched Rocky, she'll get up and do a run the next day, no problem.
Yeah, just gives you the motivation.
The motivation.
Yeah.
Guys, we're just going to go to our third and final ad break, but we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Hi everyone, we are coming around every major city in Australia over the next 12 months. We have got free objective football testing going on, guys. It's for boys and girls aged 10 all the way through to 18 years of age. The objective testing is quite simple. We'll put you through our 6 tests and it'll give you your results, physical, technical and tactical. And also, we're going to choose 16 winners to join us on an all expenses paid trip to Europe in 2024 and also 2025. Guys, what have you got to lose? Nothing. It's free to sign up. You get free objective testing and you'll get a free feedback, and maybe you'll be joining me at the Santiago Bernabeu in 2024 or 25.
Hi everyone, this is Raymond Woods at the Raymond Podcast. We're back for our little final section with Connor Wallace. Now Connor, we've been speaking about Saudi, Vegas, big fights, pre-fight rituals, your support system and your network. Obviously, forecasting a little bit further ahead. I know you're still only young and you're still in your career, but do you ever have any thoughts about like when it's all over and you finish boxing? One of the big things I'm saying this is that one of the things we discovered in football, and more so in men, it was really, really hard that men go through this lifestyle of living this, people see it as a luxurious life, and I know it's not. There's a lot of hard work that goes into being an athlete in any sport, but once that stops, sometimes unfortunately there's a lot of men who go into like depression and breakdowns and stuff. And what we discovered was in the football world is they don't really future plan ahead. Have you got anything in your head where you think, you know, are you just going to go complete family? Would you like to be a coach in boxing? Would you come out of boxing? Do you ever think about that stuff post-career?
Yeah, definitely. You know, obviously, boxing's been a massive part of my life, and even whenever I'm not boxing, I do enjoy a little bit of coaching and some of the charity programs. And I'm sure you've heard about the Fight for a Cause, or you know, the train for 10 weeks and fight at the end for those people for a good charity. You know, I get a lot out of that, and I do a little bit of PTing and stuff here and there. Not so much now, obviously, when I've got the big fights and that coming up, but did a lot of work with the NDIS and stuff. You know, the kids with learning disabilities. And whenever I first came to Australia, like I was PTing and, you know, working as well whenever I wasn't training, because that's like taking classes and stuff, and that's how I built up a lot of my my relationships and sponsors and how people got to know me. Obviously my fighting as well, but like you have to start somewhere, you know what I mean? Like I just didn't jump straight into the big fights, because you obviously have to work your way up, you know. And even still now, like I still take the Wednesday morning class in Fortitude boxing, and that's purely because like I'll never forget where I come from, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm never too good to give 45 minutes of my time to that. Like I met a couple of my major sponsors through that class, you know what I mean? Or through the early morning class. And how hard is it to give 45 minutes of your time each week?
It's networking again, isn't it? Relationships.
100%,
We were literally talking about this. I was in the gym yesterday and I was sat in the sauna, and this guy literally got chatting, asked me what I'd done, and then all of a sudden there was a synergy between us and his business. And then we were on a call this morning, like connecting, and it's And it's all around helping kids and doing a good cause.
Like you never know who you're going to meet, or you know what I mean, or who can come into the class and stuff, you know. And like I'll never forget where I come from, you know what I mean. And that's one thing I think a lot of people who know me and from talking to me, I'm pretty sort of a humble sort of person. I don't like that shit talking or talking shit before a fight or disrespect. Like that's not the way I was reared, you know what I mean. And I've got a great relationship with all my sponsors. Like people just don't throw me money or whatever and say, oh yeah, that's good now. Yeah, I'm not take. That's not how I operate and how I work, you know. I've got a great relationship with all my sponsors and stuff, and I think that's very important as well, you know. Like people would get sick of, you know, if it's take, you know. How easy is, I think it's easier to be nice to people than to not be nice, you know.
It is, it's huge. And that's one of the things I wanted to finish on. Obviously, talk a little bit about your background. Obviously, we both grew up probably not too far away from each other, probably 15 minutes on a plane. Where did you grow up? I know where you're from, but just for our listeners listening, and what was your upbringing? You know, mum, dad, siblings, friends, family.
Yeah. Well, I was born in Newry, and just right in the border between the north and south of Ireland. So north from Dublin and 45 from Belfast on the northern side. My mother and father, Brian and Serena, and my sister. I've got a brother and sister, one older sister and one younger brother, Neve, Ellen and Guy.
Yeah.
My brother, they're actually all here as well. Just my mum and dad are back at home. So, now got a great life coming up, and obviously in primary school went to St. Coleman's College then, but I've been boxing. I actually started boxing because I was getting bullied in primary school. That's why I started, and
wow,
I didn't think I'd be here today.
Yeah.
You know, boxing. So, it is what it is. You know, again, the sacrifices and stuff you make, and I'm a very competitive person. When you start winning, you get hungrier and hungrier. You know, and that's where it led me to. But I've had a great life, you know, and I think the backing of the parents is massive as well. You know, my parents wasn't taking me or pushing me on, I probably wouldn't be here today. So I owe a lot to them as well, and hopefully one day they'll be able to retire or whatever, and I'll be able to support them, or maybe they'll come out here, and it's good, you know. So again, all the work that we've put in comes down to this next fight. So
just one fight at a time.
One fight at a time. You know, you're only as good as your last performance, and that's why I never get too carried away. And like we just talked about, and to doing the class and stuff in the gym, I'll never change, you know. And some people say, oh, you don't need to be doing them class, or you don't need to be taking. I was like, nah. That's just me, you know what I mean? And
it's funny, like, to finish on, like, you know, they say it's a very stereotypical answer that a lot of football players get asked. Like Liverpool at the moment, my team, you know, they're top of the Premier League, top of the Champions League, and, you know, they're asking the players, you know, you're going to win the league this year, you're going to win the Champions League, but the players are grounded, and the coaching staff are grounded. Like, look, we're only a third of the season the way through. It's one game at a time, one training session at a time, and people think they're just saying that, and secretly in the background they're jumping around celebrating, but I know they're not, and it's like with you can't afford to do that. You can't think 2 fights ahead. You've got to think about just the next training session in front of you, which is going to get you to that fight.
Well, 100%, you know, and it's combat sport, or it's a fight game, Brian, you know, anything can happen. You cut or break your hand, and I know that myself, you know. Everything can be going well, and then bang, there's a flick of a switch again. So you got to be ready for all that. So
we'll wish you the best of luck, mate. We're going to be there. We've got our staff Christmas party. Is going to be at the fight. We're so excited to come and support you, and it's going to be super exciting. So it's at the Fortitude Music Hall in Brisbane, 11th December. What time's it kick off?
Yeah, it kicks off about 6 or 6:30, I would say.
6:30.
My fight's the main event, so it'll be the last fight, but it's a great, it's a stacked undercard as well, so every fight's going to be a great fight, and obviously for those that can make it, jump on my Instagram or whatever, and the link for the tickets is in my bio, and if you can't make it, tune in live on DAZN all over the world. So
we'll share it in the show link. So a big thank you, Conor, for joining us again.
No worries.
And hopefully the next time we have you on, we may be getting closer to that world title fight. Fingers crossed.
Yes, fingers crossed. That's what we want. But as we said, one fight at a time, and we've got a job to do on the 11th of December, and we'll take it from there. Yep.
Amazing. Everyone, a big thank you for joining me at the Ravenwood podcast. We're going to be back pretty quick. We've got 2 more podcasts coming up in the next 7 to 10 days. So big thank you for joining me and Conor. And I think everyone will be wishing Conor the best of luck. Again, in the show notes below, we'll put the link in if you're interested in coming out to Brisbane and supporting Conor, who's an Irish/Aussie. and we hope him all the best with his boxing. Thanks, everyone.
Welcome to the Raymond Wood podcast. My name's Nick Robinson. I'm the producer of the show. My business is Clearshot Digital. If you want to chat about podcasts, I'm your guy. However, today I thought we'd sit down with Ray because he's been talking to a lot of people and getting their story, but I wanted to take the opportunity to sit down because you've been very busy. There's a lot going on, and I wanted to take the opportunity to speak to you a little bit about the academy that you've got coming up. We've had a lot of comments and messages come through the socials and the website about what's going on. So, Ray, could you give us a bit of insight as to the academy and where we're up to in the process?
Yeah, so obviously it come from listening to the complaints departments of parents in Australia. Obviously, any sport you play is very expensive in Australia. As we all know, if you play football in Europe, where I'm from, football's free. You don't pay for it. So it's always been my vision through the business to try and raise enough money and revenues to try and get to a point where we can help people of Brisbane and of Australia to run a free academy. We're at that point now where we've got trials coming up in January for Brisbane, and they're going to be in December, I believe. And the idea is we are going to start Australia's first full free football academy in week 2 of term 1 in 2025. So we're going through the process of trying to get it out there. It's not just for the so-called elite players within their age group. It's for the whole host of players. It's for boys and girls. We've got 60 places for girls, 60 places for boys, and it's open to all levels and all ability levels. It's aimed at players between 8 and 16 years of age, and that's what we're trying to attract in, and we're offering roughly 10 players for boys and girls at each age group as we go through.
Is this the first time you've done something like this?
Well, we do a lot of our stuff like our objective testing, the Pro Player Pathway, the Football Forum. It's all free to come. It doesn't cost anything. You can literally come and join us for any of our events, and you can leave at the end of the day and you don't have to spend $1. And that's always my way I like to operate. I like to showcase what we've got to offer. Obviously, with some of our programs, there is a cost involved if you want to work with me and with our team. But yeah, it's the first we've ever done a free academy that's going to be running full time.
And let's talk about the timing of this event, right? So you're looking at running something that starts in term 1 of the school year next year?
Yeah.
And how do people get involved?
So you can go to our web. We'll send you an application. You can complete the application. Everyone is going to be welcome to come and trial with us. We do a series of tests and interviews to see if you're a fit for the academy. Because also what we don't want is we don't want families signing up to it, coming along because it is free, and then not committing to it. We want to make sure the families who are coming with us are really committed to improving in the football and maybe want to kick on to that next level as well, and we want to help you with that.
Yeah, can you tell us a bit about what you hope that experience is going to be like for kids and parents?
Yeah, one of the big things that we've been conscious of, unfortunately, football and sports in general tends to be very political in the landscape in Australia. Schools don't talk to academies don't talk to clubs, and the communication's really poor. We're trying to open up that communication. So what we're saying is, if you're part of a club, if you're part of another private academy, if you're part of a school, we embrace that. We want this to be a bolt-on top of everything you're doing. If you want to be successful in any sport and anything in life, you need to practice lots and lots. So as a player, if you're 10 years of age, you should be doing about 11 hours a week of sport, of which 7 or 8 should be football. So for most players, they might play at a club, let's say, as an example, in Brisbane, you've got, say, Brisbane City. You could be part of their academy and you train them 3 nights a week and you're playing a game of a weekend. Now, for any boys and girls and families who've got aspirations of the son or daughter, maybe playing A-League or W League or Premier League one day or in Europe, you need to do more. You cannot do 3 sessions a week and 1 game per weekend and aspire to make it. So what we've done is we've added this on so players can come and join us. We're going to have 2 opportunities of a morning, 2 different mornings, 2 different afternoon sessions, and we're looking for a commitment of a player to commit to at least 2 sessions a week, 1 morning and 1 afternoon. It's going to top up those vital hours that they're not getting to make it potentially as a pro, and also to get a different perspective and coaching, because the curriculum that we're going to follow is the same curriculum that I worked on for many years in the Premier League, where we developed superstars like Jude Bellingham, Phil Foden, Lauren James, Trent Alexander-Arnold. There's many players I've worked with over the years, so it's going to give them that little bit of European flavour. And again, it's not to go against the clubs or current academies they're with, it's to complement what they're currently doing.
Yeah, that's really interesting here because you've, throughout the other episodes that we've had and the presentations that we watched, one of the things you talk about often is the amount of football that kids should be playing. So essentially, are you talking about extra training? Are we talking about extra competition? Are we talking about extra touches? What do you, like everything?
Yeah, it's extra training and extra touches. So one of the big things we learned when I worked in the Premier League, and I worked on a big, huge Premier League review back in 2010 all the way through to 2014, was the kids in England at the time weren't touching the ball enough, and the more repetition and the more consistent you get with your touches and the more you're on the ball, the better you get. Also, what we do is we do very heavily individualised sessions. So even though they're in a group setting with maybe 10 players in the squad, they will touch the ball 5,000 to 6,000 times within an hour or 90 minutes. And that's what we're looking to do, is increase all those individual touches of the ball. Once players are able to manipulate the ball and the more they touch it, naturally agility, balance, and that will all sort of come together, the coordination and then speed. So we call that the ABCs in England.
Can you help me understand a bit about the academy system in the UK? Are you trying to replicate it, or are you just trying to add to what Australia has to offer?
Yeah, I think to try and go to a full model like we've got in England, where you're an academy player at, say, Liverpool Football Club, and you're training 5 nights a week, 5 mornings, and you're playing a game of a week, and that's going to be very hard to replicate. So we understand that as a paid model in Australia, and I get that. But what we're trying to do is, for all those families who are paying at clubs and other private academies, we want to try and offer something for free. So those guys who want to make it as a pro and kick on with the football, whether they be a girl or a boy, there's an opportunity to get this extra academy training for free, and they're going to be with the highest qualified coaches and arguably the best curriculum on the planet, because this curriculum is the same curriculum that produces Premier League stars every year.
Why are we going to the trouble? Like you've created a successful program. We're putting players into Europe. Why are you going to the trouble of putting this together?
I'm trying to set an example. Like, one of the big things is that it really frustrates me that I've been here 18 years and you've got, Football Federation Australia can quite easily, if I can do this as a one-man band and I'm able to set this academy up for free, I'm trying to set an example and try and put a stone in the water, so to speak, to create some waves, because I just find that, unfortunately, sometimes there's too many blockers or excuses. So I think by me setting an example as a one-man band who set the business up, Euro Football Star, we're now at the point where we're nearly at 20 members of staff, and we're now able to offer this free academy. If I can do it, then surely the federation or the state federations can start to look to do this. And I'm just trying to showcase and give them an example that it's possible. And I think my vision and my dream is, by the time I come to retire when I'm 65, 70, 75, I'm hoping that we don't have this problem anymore, that there is an opportunity, no matter your age or your financial situation, your son and daughter can go and play football. And for the ones who are talented and the ones who've worked at it to become talented, they shouldn't be paying $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a year. It should be free. It should be free, and it shouldn't stop you joining the sport. Finances shouldn't come into it.
Can I get a bit more information on the type of training you want to put forward? You mentioned you're going to follow the UK system, but what does that actually mean?
So one of the big things that we changed within England, we realised that we needed to follow a bit more of a plan and have a strategy. So we went right back down to the grassroots, and we identified there was what's called the 4-corner model. So it's identifying physical, technical, tactical, and social elements of training. So you need to make sure you encompass those 4 corners into your session, into your game, or whatever it is you're preparing. Also, one of the big things that we've done in the UK, we created a course for coaches called the Youth Award modules. And it's actually recognising that players aged 8 to 11 need something different than players aged 12 to 15. So it's going through what we call a youth phase, which is players aged 8 all the way through to 18. So it's identifying that players are at different parts of growth and going through adolescence, and also they require different teachings, and the level and the sort of the technical aspect of it what we're going to showcase and educate the kids with is just going to be second to none.
For those that have followed you in the pro player pathway, do you need to be part of this program, or are you going to force people to be part of this program?
Not necessarily, no. Like we've said to our families on the pro player pathway, look, if you're based in and around Brisbane, by all means come and apply. Obviously, because they're following a lot of our protocols and our pillars to our program, they definitely are going to have an advantage, but we are definitely not saying you need to be on our pro player pathway and paying us for that program to get the free academy. We will choose players based on ability levels, desire to be in the game, and basically the main thing is committing to the program. We don't want players coming, and this is the big thing, we are going to be charting, so it's going to be a minimum of 2 and a max of 4 sessions a week. Anyone who misses more than 2 sessions in a term will be pulled in for a meeting and they will be removed from the program. Now obviously if people are sick or ill, we'll consider that, but yeah, we definitely don't want people who are signing up and then are not turning up to it.
How will being on a...
Well, it's the shortage in the hours. So there is a lot of players around the country who do club and private academy. But even then, sometimes it's still not enough hours. The theory that we discovered when we done the research in the Premier League, it's called +1, your age. So if you are 12 years of age, you should be doing 13 hours. If you're 16, you should be doing 17. It does peter out at 16, so 17 hours a week would be your max. But of that amount of hours you're meant to do based on your age +1, 70% is specific to your sport. So football, so if you're 9, you should be doing 10 hours a week. 7 hours of football, 3 hours are non-specific to the game, which will be running, swimming, bike, recovery walks, walking the dog. That's how you would manage your hours. And players are basically, and families are sort of uneducated to the point where they think by paying $4,000 a year in fees to the NPL or SAP that the son or daughter is going to be good enough, and they get a rude awakening when they go to Europe and they have an opportunity. So it's to fill that gap of missing hours.
So can you give me some specifics on the type of training and who will be running it, who will be taking care of the actual sessions?
Yeah, so that I'll go back a level. What we discovered in the Premier League was it wasn't necessarily about the level of the coach or the qualification the coach holds. It was more around the curriculum and the format of the session and setting the environment. Unfortunately, in Australia, we get a little bit carried away that, you know, I've heard parents say, oh, my son's coach is an A-licensed coach. It doesn't always mean your son's getting developed the best. And that's not a go with that particular coach. But what we discovered in England was setting the environment right and following a particular curriculum to guarantee success. You could have what we would consider as maybe a non-licensed coach who could deliver it because they've got the personality to connect with the kids and deliver that session. So the curriculum that we're going to follow is designed by me. I've worked on the world's biggest football project where the Premier League spent £1.6 billion, so just over $3 million. I'm going to design and fully set up the curriculum. The programme is going to be run by our head of football. But our coaches, again, are going to be more brought in based on things like personality and how they're going to connect with the players. And they're basically there to facilitate the session, not to necessarily give them words of wisdom like a Jose Mourinho or an Alex Ferguson. We want our curriculum to be followed. And if the players are consistent and they come in and follow our curriculum, they will 100% get better.
There's a lot in what you've described. How intense, how serious is it going to be? We're still talking about kids, right?
Yeah, so again, like we've got players coming in from the ages of about 9 and 10 upwards to 16. Obviously, we want it to be fun for them, but also there is a level of seriousness as well, because these are boys and girls who are already doing so much football and really want to push on and kick on with the football. So it's that balance again, and that's where the curriculum, the way we've designed it, it will give us that balance of fun, but also it's got to be serious as well. And what we mean by that is as well as turning up on time, not being late. It's no different than in England. If you're at a Premier League club and you're in an academy at, say, Manchester City, if your son or daughter's late once or twice within a couple of weeks and then you're missing too many sessions, you will be pulled in the office and you will be told there's another 1,000.
There's a fair bit in that, Ray. What are you hoping to... Where do you want to take this program? What's the plan?
The plan is hopefully we open up one of these in every major state of the country. So the idea is Brisbane for January 2025. Then the following January we're looking for Sydney. and then we're going to look for Melbourne and then also Perth as well. I mean, in an ideal world, maybe we could roll 2 a year, but we've got to just go in small steps. Then, you know, again, we're open to the likes of the Football Federation Australia, any of the state federations. If they want to come and have a look, they want to come and speak to us to see how we're doing it and how we're providing the funding for it. I'd love to share it all, because I would love more venues and more academies to be offering this as well.
Thanks for your time, mate. I think that there's a bunch of info in there for everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's still there, just about, you know.
I
Getting old these days, so the memory, you know, to remember what's there.
The only one I ever learned was Mum and Dad used to take us every year to Spain religiously. That was our holiday every year.
Was it?
It was Cuatro Cerveza, por favor.
Yeah.
That's all I ever remembered learning, and I remember walking around saying that lots, and then someone saying to me, "Do you know you ordered them 4 beers every time?"
Yeah, I was going to say, so your mum and dad took you there on holiday, but you're ordering 4 beers. Dad must have liked a beer.
He loved a few beers. So yeah, so it must have been a you know, a great upbringing, having that opportunity to travel and to get into Spain and to get into France and to be part of that, because that's like one of the things that we spoke about off air a little bit. But with our program, what we do is we've got this real niche program called the Pro Player Pathway, and I discovered the gap really that was missing, that you've got like kids who are lucky enough to be at academies. So like you know, you said you got your opportunity to go to Southampton, but unfortunately you got injured and that was the end of that.
Yeah, I don't think it was going too far anyway, but anyway.
Then you've got the other side is, you know, the kids who are in the academies then get picked up by agents and so on. But what about the kids who really want to make it and just don't know what to do to get there? And that's what we've done with this book and this program. And it's been game-changing, because one of my biggest 2 things that I've loved to do in life is I was never good enough to make it as a pro. And I always knew at 15 and 16 I was a million miles away, a few of my mates. I mean, I'm growing up with like Stephen Gerrard, Carragher, all these boys who you knew were training 8-9 times a week, and I was training once a week, because Mum and Dad were doing 70-hour week jobs, you know, minimum wage. They just couldn't get me to football.
Yeah.
So I devised the program to give kids an opportunity to teach them what it is you need to do to make it, the foundations, because we discovered that 70% of what you do outside the club actually makes up whether you're going to make it or not as a pro.
Right.
We've done a lot of research at the Premier League into players like Beckham and why he was so good and why he made it, and it was a lot of the stuff they were doing externally from the clubs.
Yeah.
And then the big thing, passion of mine is like yourself, is travel. And this is one of the things that we've done with this program, is that for the players that go on and make it, they get to travel into Europe and the UK, which is a great thing for an Aussie or an American. But also, we also then have a plan B and a plan C. So if football doesn't work out, they could get a job in football with us and through us, whether it's a physio, a sports scientist or something like that, or they can just do normal academics and go down a normal route. So that's a little bit about my passion and the reason.
Yeah, I think that's incredible. I mean, the chance for any kid to go and experience a different culture, go and live in a different country is unrivaled. I mean, I think that's probably the best thing you could ever offer a kid.
Yeah.
And in that same vein, my wife and I are looking at moving to Spain potentially for a year before my daughter gets too old, because we'd like her to experience a different culture. And yeah, as I said, we were there recently, and she was, you know, chatting to the waitresses and waiters, and it's just phenomenal to see. It just brings, you know, incredible joy to myself to see my daughter practicing Spanish in a restaurant. You know? And you know, we're doing a little bit of Spanish coaching with some of her classmates at the moment, and it's phenomenal. It's great to see, and it's so, you know, to your credit, to give children the opportunity to go overseas, it's something that I would encourage every parent to look at. And you know, great if the football works out, fantastic. But worst case scenario, they've had, you know, a bit of a cultural difference and the chance to go and see a different country and
How
see
old are your little
countries.
ones?
No, I've only got one.
Just one?
Not crazy
How
enough
old
to go
is
for
she?
2. She's 7, going on 17.
Yeah. I've got one of them.
But yeah, she'll be 8 in October. So growing up far too fast.
Yeah. We very, very lucky ourselves through the job and through work. My eldest girl's a tennis player. She's 15 now. She goes to Spain probably 5 to 6 weeks every year, and we always go with her. And I love it. I love Spain, and it's definitely a place I think I could definitely set up for 3-4 months of the year, and just to embrace the language and not order 4 beers every time. Guys, we're just going to go to our next ad break before we come into our final section. Just enjoy this next ad break, and we'll be back with you in a few minutes.
Would you like to make it as a professional footballer? My friend Ray Wood has written this amazing book, The Pro Player Pathway, that gives you the secret to becoming a professional.
Hi everyone, this is Raymond Woods. We're just back for the final part with George. So we've been chatting a little bit about passion, we've been chatting about sport, we speak a little bit about George's backgrounds as well and growing up in England. And this all culminates to about opportunities for children, but also about fundraising and charities. So one of the big things that we've done for you, George, for the Barmies, we've recently just been on a tour to the USA, and we've got a signed John Barnes jersey. So not many of the younger ones will know who John Barnes is, but I'll hand that over to you.
Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you very much indeed. I can't thank you enough for that. I have to make a cheeky personal bid on that one, John. John Barnes was an absolute idol growing up.
Yeah, he was. We just done about 2 weeks in the USA, and John supported us. We had events in New York, Toronto, Chicago, Houston, and LA, and he was amazing. He was my idol growing up, as probably many other people's idols. But I grew up in Anfield. I grew up on a street called Priory Road. My mum owned the bottle shop there, and him and John Aldridge used to come in every day and used to purchase a bottle. It's so funny now when I think about it, a bottle of Perrier water, because they thought sparkling water was healthy in the 80s. And when he first moved to Liverpool, he ironically lived above a dentist in like in a private apartment. And no one was meant to know, but obviously in Liverpool within 24 hours, everyone knew John Barnes lived at this. So we used to just be sat there every afternoon, every night, and then roll on 25 years later, he's on a tour with me through the US.
That's unbelievably cool. Yeah.
Amazing guy, and we asked him to do a jersey for you, and I'm going to be catching up with him again in September, and he said genuinely from his heart as well, anything for the Brisbane Barmies, give us a yell, and if you need a video, a jersey, anything you need, let us know.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. On behalf of all of us, we're very, very grateful. That's
so hopefully, we'll only raise maybe a few $100, but it all helps, I suppose. And as I said, we'll be in contact next week, as we want to really try and see if we can kick off the way you have a golf day. We want to see if we can do a football/soccer day and get all that pumping for you and get you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I'm ready to lace the boots up.
That'd be awesome. So for the rest of this year, just before we cap off and finish from this episode, what have you got on from a personal point of view, and also what have you got on from a Brisbane Barmy point of view? And you must be doing a lot of build-up work for next year.
Yeah, well, obviously next year will be massive. So on the Barmy's point of view, yeah, next year will be probably our biggest year yet. 2025, Ashes year. As I mentioned earlier, there'll be huge demand for Ashes tickets. We'll be doing our best to try and negotiate as big a portion as they'll give us. Cricket Australia don't love us. I mean, they do love us externally, but they don't love us in the sense that they don't want us all congregated together, because obviously the noise and the support, makes it feel like an away game even for the Aussies. So they tend to try and split us up, but I'll be pushing for as large a section as we can get our hands on. And in terms of charity, obviously every year we say that it's going to be bigger and better, and we'll be doing all we can to raise as much money for whichever charity we choose. And on a personal front, well, it's it's fairly personal, I guess. I've just gone through a cancer battle in the last 12 months, and just been given the all clear recently, actually, in the last couple of weeks. So that's great for me and my family. So I guess, thank you. Yeah. So I guess from a personal perspective, it's just back to work, because I've been a bit of a lazy bugger for the last 12 months. I have to confess that I've probably down tools a little bit. So yeah, I'll be back to work and just trying to earn us a bit of money for the next 12 months before we decide what our next venture might look like. But so that's the next 12 months for us.
So from an exercise point of view, George, do you do much exercise-wise? You run?
You can probably tell for those that can see. We play five-a-side football on a Monday night, just down at Nathan. There's some artificial pitches down there. Yeah. So we just rent a pitch on a Monday night. It's just 10 to 12 guys. We're all John Barnes wannabes. We're probably all from the John Barnes era. Every now and then we get a 19-year-old hotshot who turns up and dances around us. But it's really great, actually, because the level's quite good. We've got a couple of ex-pros play. There's a guy from Scotland who played in the Scottish First Division, and there's a couple of really decent players. But we're all, as I say, we're all just old and want to be Messi's. And we just did that on a Monday night for an hour. Yeah. And actually, it's really good fun. No ref.
Yeah.
Often don't need a ref, really. We're all a group of mates, and it's just a bit of fun. So we do that on a Monday night, and that's about it. And the rest of the time, I'm kept busy coaching my daughter. my daughter plays in a under sevens girls football team, which is a challenge, as you might be able to relate to. Trying to keep 4 players on the pitch at one time is a challenge. They're all plaiting each other's hair or seeing their cousins across the park and running off in the middle of the match. Having a 7-8-year-old daughter, that keeps me definitely busy.
Keeps you fit.
Keeps me fit. I do a lot of coaching at the local school. The school that my daughter goes to, I coach on a Thursday and Friday morning. We do a sports program for the kids at New Farm State School, which is good fun, and that keeps me fit as well because I tend to throw myself in and end up playing rather than reffing. So it's always good fun.
One question I'm going to ask you before we finish, actually, a mate of mine last week, we were chatting and I said, I've got you coming on. And he wants to know, and I couldn't tell him, but he said, who is it who wears the Queen Elizabeth mask at the Barmies? And then obviously it's now King Charles, I take it.
Yeah, so that
is the same person? Or?
Yeah, it's the same person. Yeah, it's the same person. Yeah, so that is Andrew Hale, one of our main men. Slightly funny because he's I don't know, Andrew. I'm sorry that I get this wrong. He's got to be 6'6".
He's huge. I remember him at the
so he's a 6'6", masculine, massive bloke. He looks great in a dress. Yeah. With his handbag and his corgi. The King Charles, I should say. The King Charles outfit is maybe it's a little more subdued because obviously it's not a 6'6" bloke in a dress. But yeah, no, he's been great, great fun. One of my greatest memories is the tradition is that every time the national anthem plays, he will go out and sort of salute the crowd. Yeah. And during the last Ashes, I was actually sat next to Evan, our fantastic trumpeter, and for about 4 or 5 minutes, I had him playing the national anthem non-stop. So the Queen had to keep going down, saluting everyone in 40 degrees, wearing a mask. He took the mask off and he just went, "Stop playing that." He was just, but it was great fun. He had hoots of laughter. The whole crowd was in hysterics watching that. So yeah, no, Andy's a great bloke and he does a great job as the Queen, and he'll do a great job as the King for sure.
Fantastic. That's awesome. Thank you so much, George, for joining us.
Thanks very much.
We'd love to get you back on again in the future just to see how everything's going with the Barmies and see how fundraising's going. And obviously we'll be in touch off here as well to see. We'd love to help you. You'd be one of our main beneficiaries and help you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks again for the John Barnes shirt, and thanks for everything. That's really appreciated.
Cheers, George. Cheers. So, guys, a big thank you for joining me and George. As I said, we'll be back again with another episode, probably closer to the Ashes next year with George, and we'll get some great updates. If anyone's interested to donate to that amazing charity that they're raising funds for, it's all in the show notes below. A big thank you from me at the Rainbow Podcast, and we'll see you on our next episode.
Hi everyone, this is Raymond Wood on the Raymond Wood Podcast. Now we're very, very excited to bring another episode, but also we're super excited to bring one of our players, Nathan Long, who's on our professional player pathway program with us. I believe, Nathan, you are with us. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all good.
Now, where are we speaking to you from, Nathan, for all of our listeners watching or listening?
Perth, Australia.
Here from Australia. Now, I believe you joined us on our programme, was it around about April this year? Is that right?
Yeah.
So you joined us on our professional player pathway. So what we're going to do is for the next 15, 20 minutes, we're going to walk through our listeners and mums and dads out there who are maybe already on the programme or who are considering joining the programme. And we're going to walk through some of the pillars of the programme and see some of the best bits that you're enjoying, maybe some of the bits you're not enjoying, all the extra effort you're having to put in. So Nathan, you joined us in Perth. You come along to our professional player pathway event and you signed up and registered as one of our new players. You got a scholarship to join us. What was the best bit for you about the event when you come out and first seen it? And what was the one thing that really excited you about the programme?
Well, I really enjoyed the objective testing. It was like a good breakdown, and with the event, we actually got recommended by Liam Williams, and he's doing well now overseas. So, they recommended it to our family, and then they're like, yeah, definitely, sign up. It's worth a shot. So,
Yeah, it's a really good one, and I'm glad that you've actually mentioned Liam Williams. So Liam Williams is a player we found just over a year ago from Perth. Since being with us on our pro player pathway, Liam's now successfully moved across to the UK, and he signs with a professional club called Bolton Wanderers Football Club. So it's pretty cool. So you guys were obviously friends in Perth, and you were playing together?
Oh, yeah, and like family friends as well, like go to events and that, whatever.
Now, obviously, we know Liam's a big Everton fan and he supports the blue side of Liverpool. I'm looking at your jersey, you're a little bit more south. You support Arsenal, right?
Yeah.
So who's your favourite player at Arsenal?
Odegaard.
Odegaard, very good. So we had a good summer this year with his national team. We are super excited. The Professional Player Pathway book is finally here. It's just launched. You can now purchase this book. If you want to learn what it takes to make it as a professional football player, if you've got a son or daughter who's aged between 7 and 8 all the way up to 23, this has got the 7 pillars and the 7 secrets on how to make it in the Premier League, in La Liga, in the top leagues around Europe. The project that I worked on, the Premier League and the FA, spent £1.6 billion to date on this project. It produced players like Lauren James of Chelsea, Jude Bellingham of Real Madrid, Trent Alexander-Arnold of Liverpool, and many, many more. Guys, if you want to make it as a pro, the Professional Player Pathway book is the book for you. Now, in regards to the Professional Player Pathway, you come along, you've signed up now. We got you on a part scholarship to join us on the programme. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the pillars of the programme. Now, one of the pillars that we do is something called our intolerance testing and DNA testing. Have you had your test done?
Yeah.
And what was, just to explain to the mums and dads out there and anyone who's listening, so our intolerance DNA test, we actually take a hair sample from our players, send it off to a laboratory, and it's the world's first individualised intolerance test. So it flags up any foods, drinks, products, home products that might be causing intolerances in your body, and it might create things like inflammation. So they're things that we want to ward against as a professional football player. What was your results like? What were some of the red things that come up, Nathan, on your test?
It was most like dairy products, and then Weetabix, which I used to have every morning. So we never replaced that with porridge, and then chicken was a big one as well. So it's more like other meats now.
Wow, so you had to get rid of the dairy products pretty much. I was the same when I had my test done, and it's not surprising that 80% of our people who get tested actually flag up not to have milk or dairy anymore, because it does actually cause an inflammation, not only in many parts of the body, but we've discovered it causes inflammation in the throat as well, which can affect your breathing, which is a big thing actually. So was that a big shock for you, Nathan, having to get rid of dairy products, or was you not really into dairy products?
Oh no, it's probably one of my favourite foods, like definitely.
Now, the good thing is you can get retested again 6 or 12 months later, and some of those foods that you've removed out your diet, when you re-add them back in, it might actually go off your list. So the good news is we've actually seen players, especially, we've had chicken flag up, which is a really interesting one. About 60% of people get chicken. Now, what we've discovered is with chicken, and it might be good news for you, because do you actually like to eat chicken?
Yeah.
Yeah. What we've discovered is there's a lot of chickens that are not organic that get a lot of hormones and salts and water pumped into them, obviously for the size and the weight, so they can sell them on and make more money on them. What we've discovered is in some of our players and athletes, they've actually started eating organic chicken again, but they've got retested. Chicken was gone off the list. They've re-added it in, and it's been fine. So that's something that we can look at doing. Once you've been with us for about 12 months, if you want to get retested again, we can get that arranged for you and get it booked in, and then we can have a look, and maybe chicken might come back onto your blacklist.
Yeah.
Now, was there anything on there that you was happy that you don't normally eat anyway, but it was on there that you can think of, or anything that you drink or don't drink?
More like nuts and stuff I don't really eat anyway, but yeah.
They come up on your results as well. Now, since you've got those test results, being really honest to all of our listeners, have you pretty much stuck to it, or is there certain things that you're still eating that you shouldn't, or?
No, not like most of it, yeah, definitely. Like switch fully off all the red stuff.
Have you noticed any differences since you've done that? Like anything to do with like sleep or recovery or skin or hair?
Yeah, like, well, skin's big, what I reckon, because my skin wasn't that great like a few months ago. And then sleeping as well, yeah, and then I feel like more energy maybe.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm looking at you. Your skin looks phenomenal, and it's funny that I've been the same. I even I'm in my 40s, but I did have a lot of problems with like acne and that still.
Yeah.
And since I've done my test, I've removed everything. I was blown away of how good it was, and I wanted to get it done just purely to give it a go and get it tested to see what it was like. But it's been a game changer. Now, one of the other pillars on the program is match analysis. Now, have you had your match analysis done?
Yeah, just a few weeks ago.
So again, for the mums and dads who are watching and listening in, and the other players who are maybe interested in joining the program, we do a match analysis. We get your game recorded, we send it off to Portugal, it gets analysed, it comes back. We then assign you a coach from England. Then they do a Zoom call with you for 1 hour, so very similar to what we're doing now. And then we draw out your objectives and the bits that we need to work on. So firstly, when you've done your match analysis, if you don't mind sharing it, who did you do it with?
Oh, it was the Tranmere Rovers, Matt Hunter.
Obviously, you did it with Matt Hunter from Tranmere Rovers, amazing. So for anyone who's watching in, Matt Hunter is not only a coach at Tranmere Rovers, which is a professional team from on the outskirts of Liverpool, but also Matt's a FA educated as well and coach educator. So talk to me when you've done your match analysis. What was your first thoughts of it? Do you think it was valuable? Was it not valuable?
Yeah, no, it's definitely valuable, yeah.
So can you remember when you'd done your match analysis with Matt and you went through your objectives? What was the 1 or 2 objectives that you had to start working on straight away? What was flagged up in your game?
Again, not as much, but you just had to start gaining anyway, just get the foundation. But that wasn't a big concern though. But
what's the one area of your game that you think's got better since you've been doing your objectives? Is the one area that you think I've really got better at in the past couple of months since you started it?
Probably more so body positioning. Because normally I just going to my left because I play on the right. So, but checking both ways now instead.
That's good. And then within our system, for anyone again who's watching and listening and who doesn't understand our 7 pillars, the match objectives that get drawn out from the match analysis, we input them to our football plan, which is our web-based portal. So are you still on your first objective at the moment, Nathan, or have you moved on to your second? So you're still on your first objective?
Yeah.
And that's currently scanning at the moment?
Yeah.
And what percentage are you currently at with your achievement? Where are you at with it at the moment?
40s.
So you're in the 40s. So what percentage, again, just for our listeners, what percentage have you got to get to before you can move to your next one?
Is it 80?
85%? Yeah. So obviously, that's a good starting point. Most players, when they do scanning, they'll maybe get 10 or 20% at most. But we need players to get to 85%. Once they get to 85%, we give that a big tick, and then we move them on to the second objective. So that's good that you're working through that. So that's obviously your DNA, your match analysis. Now, there's a couple of other pillars in there as well. One of the ones that we do want to talk about as well is the GPS tracker. So one of the pillars is the tracker. So have you found that being valuable, and have you been wearing it as much as possible?
Yeah, I wear it nearly every time actually.
That's great. And what's one of the things that you've noticed since you started wearing the tracker? Is it educating in any way? Is it making you try harder? Is it making you work less?
No, probably more motivating because you can compare yourself with academies around your age as well.
That's really, really good. So one of the big things that we do, again, for the listeners listening in, is we get players to not only train in the GPS trackers, but they wear the trackers on game days. And we record things like the amount of sprints they do in a game, how many accelerations, how many decelerations, what distance they cover, how hard they're working in certain areas of the pitch. The good thing with this is for all of our players is that we know exactly where they're at in comparison to players in the UK and Europe. And we can have that meeting if we don't believe they're working hard enough or if they need to be recording more sessions. So that is a really, really invaluable tool. And as Nathan's just alluded to, he's wearing it as much as possible, which is a great thing to see. Now, out of the 7 pillars, and I've got a feeling I know which one it is, but I'm going to ask you, which is your favourite pillar of the programme and why?
Probably the match analysis.
Yeah, it's the one that we get all the time, the match analysis, because I think it not only shows you in that one meeting that you do with the coach the areas you've got to get better at, but it's an invaluable tool because you get the recording and you can watch it back as many times as you can. So out of interest, how many times do you think you've watched it since you've done the meeting?
Like 3.
That's good. One of the things we do encourage the players is to keep watching it at least once a month, once a fortnight, just to keep going over the certain points and objectives that the coaches have spoke to them about. And it's a good way to assist with that. So one of the other pillars is obviously we take players on trials to the UK and to Europe. Now, just for all of our listeners, if you are pushing through your objectives and you get through at least 2 or more, or you're on track to complete 2 or more by the time we're going on trials, you are eligible to come on the trials with us, and that's where we open up opportunities for pro scholarships. So every January, we always visit England, the Premier League, and we take players to academies and pro clubs for trials. In the June, July, we take players to Paris Saint-Germain in France, and also to Spain, to Barcelona. Now, Nathan, for our listeners out there, can you tell us if you are firstly being invited to join any trials, and if you were, have you accepted, and are you going on any next year?
Is it June, July? The PSG and is it Westpac or was?
Westpac with Barcelona and Spain, yeah. So you're going to be coming along for that. So you must be super excited and pumped for that opportunity.
Yeah.
Now, have you been to France and to Spain before?
Yeah, actually I have.
Yeah, and did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it's nice.
Would you like to make it as a professional footballer? My friend Ray Wood has written this amazing book, The Pro Player Pathway, that gives you the secret to becoming a professional.
So let's roll forward a year or two and you're going to sign and play professional football. Where would you choose to move and play for? Which team? Would it be a French team, a Spanish team, or would it be somewhere in England? What's your dream?
Probably back to Ireland, maybe.
To where, sorry?
Ireland.
To play in Ireland? Wow, I didn't think that one. So who would you like to go and play for in Ireland?
Like Shamrock Rovers, maybe.
Shamrock Rovers, amazing. So I've actually, many years ago, I done one of my UEFA qualifications with the FAI in Dublin. And we'd done a couple of visits and study visits to Shamrock Rovers. It's an amazing club, amazing people. And I believe one of the guys I was on the course with, he still actually works at Shamrock Rovers. So maybe that's something we could open up for you as well in the next couple of months. So what we'll do is I'll have a chat with the guys at Shamrock and maybe see if we could squeeze that in at some point next year or the following year for you.
Yeah, thanks.
So now you're going to be going on the trials in June and July, and we're obviously going to take you to PSG and to Westpac in Barcelona. What's probably one or two of the highlights that you're going to be looking forward to that trip? What's one of the key things you're looking forward to?
Like seeing different levels in Europe, like in comparison. And then, I don't know, it's a good experience, or like good thing to have on your record.
Yeah, it's going to be a good thing. It's going to show you the levels in Paris. It'll show you the levels in Barcelona, and then in comparison to England and to Ireland as well. So it's going to be super exciting. Now, what's one of the things that you really want to try and get better at yourself? So we know we've got scanning and you're working on NAFI objectives, but what's the one area in your game, Nathan, that you think you've really got to get better at and that you're going to try and work on over the next 12 months?
Probably my movement, like on and off the ball, like using double movement to get more time on the ball.
Amazing. And again, with that, you can keep an eye on that with your GPS tracker as well. Also, especially when you're monitoring your objectives. So when you're monitoring your objectives and you're doing your scanning, there's a couple of ways for players and mums and dads listening and wondering how we do this. So what we do is there's a couple of ways you can do it. Nathan could play in a game. He could have a friend, a mum or a dad helping him out. And they basically have a piece of paper, a pen. If he's working on scanning, every time the ball's coming into Nathan's vicinity, if he remembers to scan across both shoulders, that goes down as a big tick. If he doesn't scan at all, or he only scans on one shoulder, it goes down as a cross. And at the end of the game, if he gets 5 successful, 5 unsuccessful, he inputs that into the system and it gives him a success rate of 50%. The other way you can do it, you can get a recording of your game. And this is one of the things that we really encourage the players to do at least a couple of times a year, is watch 1 or 2 or more of the games back and actually record their score themselves by watching the game. So out of curiosity, Nathan, how are you recording your scanning at the moment?
Like watching back the videos, yeah. I know put it like 2 times speed does take a while to get through it.
Yeah, it does, and it is quite long process. However, what we discovered in the Premier League was when I worked at Leicester City, and they're a Category 1 academy, so they're a top-level academy in England. We discovered that by getting the players to watch the game back and watch for objectives, it was actually a good way to realise areas that they aren't doing well in the game, but areas that they were doing well in as well. So are you finding when you watch the game back, you're actually noticing things like you're not moving into spaces and you are getting a bit static?
Yeah.
That must be invaluable for your game, that you don't necessarily have to hear that from the coach. You can actually see it yourself and you're aware that it's going on.
Yeah.
Now, in regards and into comparison, before you come to the pro player pathway and you joined us on the programme, do you think it's been a big help and a big advantage to being on the programme?
Yeah, definitely. Especially knowing about how much hours I need to get in a week. Normally I wasn't doing much before, but I really worked in the hours.
So how many hours a week are you currently doing at the moment, Nathan, just so our listeners can get an idea of what you've got to do?
It's 16 plus 1, so 17 hours.
And of those 17 hours, you're doing about 70% football, and then the rest is things like other sports, recovery. So within your 11 or 12 hours, obviously you're doing football. What you do outside of football for the other 4 to 5 hours? Can you explain to our listeners some of the things that you do?
I do a lot of running, cross country, go to the gym in the morning, go to the gym to swim, so recovery wise.
That's amazing. And again, you've obviously noticed since you've upped your hours, you feel like your game's getting a lot better. You look forward to working with you over the next few years, Nathan, and hopefully maybe one day pulling on that jersey for Shamrock Rovers or maybe Arsenal.
Yeah.
That sounds amazing. Well, a big thank you, Nathan, for joining us. And a big thank you from me at the Raymond's World Podcast. Again, if you want more information, you can go to proplayerpathway.com, or you can go to eurofootballstar.com, or you can drop us an email to service@eurofootballstar.com, and all of our contact website links are in our show notes below. And we're going to wish Nathan the best of luck for the future. So big thank you from me and Nathan and everyone at the Raymond's World Podcast. Have a great day. Hey everyone, this is Raymond Wood at the Raymond Wood Podcast. We've got a special edition. We've got a podcast with my friend John Barnes. We're going to be splitting this into 3 sections and 3 different parts. We're going to learn a little bit about John's life before he played football, and we're filming live in Chicago today. The second part is going to be coming from Houston, where we're going to talk about John's career at Liverpool, at Watford, and playing for England as well. And then the third part and the final part is going to be recorded in Los Angeles, which is going to be a phenomenal venue. And we're going to talk a little bit about what John's doing post-football, post his career as a coach and as a player, and what he's up to at the moment. So a big welcome to you, John, onto my podcast.
Sorry for being a bit sweaty, it's a bit hot.
It's been a really warm day today in Chicago. It's been about 30 degrees, and we actually got caught out sweating, running around as well. Now, John, we've obviously had you in our events over the past couple of days, and one of the interesting things that I discovered about you that I never knew was about your life in Jamaica and growing up in the background with your parents. So could you maybe start from the early days when you first started playing football as a junior? And I love the story about your dad and your dad's background.
Well, first of all, you mean it's that at the outset, that is my life before football. There was no life before football. I started playing football when I was 3 years old.
Wow.
As all kids do. I mean, obviously not even thinking about being a professional footballer, but growing up in Jamaica, like growing up anywhere, be it Australia, be it America, be it anywhere, Africa, anywhere you are, people play football. And that's what I did. Particularly, this was, I was born in 1963. So throughout as far back as I can remember, that was what I did. My father was a colonel in the army, and he came to Sandhurst, which is the officer training, British Army officer training, because of course Jamaica was a colony, and anybody from even Australia, when it was a colony, Africa, any country which was a British colony, if you wanted to be an army officer in your own country, you had to come to Sandhurst, because obviously, Jamaica was a colony. So he came to Sandhurst with Andrew Parker Bowles, was his best friend. That's Camilla's husband, ex-husband, should I say, because of course Camilla is now married to the king. So he was at my mum and dad's wedding. They were classmates at Sandhurst. But my father, being a British Army officer, of course he's from Trinidad, but grew up in Jamaica as an Army officer, discipline was the most important thing. And my father understood that there are going to be hardships, coming from one of the colonies into a camp where you have Winston Churchill and the old quintessential English gentleman used to go, and you're coming from Jamaica, and you had probably, you had officers from Ghana and from all over. So he knew he had to be disciplined, he had to be determined, he had to be stoic. He also had to show them that he's equally as good as them, if not better. So he volunteered for everything. So my father then became heavyweight boxing champion in Sandhurst, never boxed before.
Wow.
Played rugby for Sandhurst, never played rugby before, but he then became the fullback. And he just volunteered for everything. He actually played football himself for Jamaica, as much as he's an army officer, not professionally, but being an army officer, he had a lot of discipline. So he played football for Jamaica. He then played squash for Jamaica. When he got older, my sister swam for Jamaica. She played squash for Jamaica. My other sister played tennis for Jamaica. So I think you can figure out that I came from a very sporting background. So growing up in Jamaica, sport was everything, but not just sport. It's about the discipline and the attitude necessary for you to be successful in sport.
A lot of people are always wondering why a lot of the athletes who come from Jamaica are so successful, and the obvious one is yourself. And then moving a little bit later on, Usain Bolt. Well, do you think it's down to discipline?
Well, of course. Never mind myself who's a footballer, talk about Usain Bolt, but before him there's Asafa Powell, Don Quarry, Merle Notti. The Jamaican sprinters are much more successful than any Jamaican footballer, myself included.
Yeah.
Because I came from Jamaica but was brought up in England since I was 13 years old. But Jamaica always had, from the 70s, a lot of good sprinters.
Yeah.
Now, they're no different to Black Americans.
Yeah.
Genetically, they're no different to, and there are many more, millions more Black Americans. So how can Jamaica, a country of 2.5 million people, produce so many good sprinters? And you can see them in the Olympics throughout, and the girls as well. Shelly Ann Fraser, they have so many good sprinters because they have the support.
Yeah.
When I was growing up in Jamaica, and this is not just something new, when I grew up in Jamaica, if you could sprint, you were running in the National Stadium in front of 40,000 people at the age of 9 and 10.
That's crazy.
Because they supported it. Because obviously you don't need anything to be able to run, so you can sprint. But it is well supported and is well funded, and they're well trained. So I always say, if Africa had that funding and that support, then of course you'd have lots of black sprinters from Africa. There are hundreds of millions. But of course they don't. Whereas in Jamaica, it is a culture.
Yeah.
And the culture starts from when you're young. And it's not just about your physical ability, it's about the training that you get, because Jamaica is not a rich country, so they don't, give you lots of money. But the interesting thing about that is from the 70s, a lot of the Jamaican athletes used to come up to American university when they're 16, 17, 18, go to American universities. Yes, they're running for Jamaica, but they came to America to be trained and to be developed. since Usain Bolt's time, probably about 15 years ago, they started to not come to America. They started to train in Jamaica because they understood that the qualities necessary, the training, attitudes, and the food and the nutrition, and the information. You don't have to come to America to get that. You can get that anywhere. And I suppose if you talk about what you're doing in Australia and here, you don't need to go to Europe initially if you're young to be able to develop in the same way. So that is why the Jamaican sprinters, ever since the 70s and 80s, were always able to compete.
Yeah, just touching on a little bit more as well with the whole DNA and the makeup. One of the studies and researches I done at Loughborough University when I was at Leicester, it was really interesting that we actually discovered that 82% of white Europeans have fast twitch fibers as well. And it was really crazy to read that. And then I was thinking, well, if there's a lot of white European backgrounds have got it, why aren't they doing so well in athletics? But then you look at Jonathan Edwards, who was the triple jumper.
Yeah.
His records will never be beat, I don't think.
No, absolutely. It's a cultural thing because, of course, you have to go through it. And interestingly, it is not just from a racial perspective, because if you look at black East Africans to black West Africans, Jamaicans, Americans are West Africans. In the slave trade, that's where they came from to go to America and Jamaica and the New World in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
And they're genetically, as much as they have the same color, they're different to the East Africans.
Yeah.
So if you look at the East Africans, they're better long distance runners.
Yeah.
Ethiopians, Tanzanians, Kenyans, because as much as they're both black from a racial perspective, genetically, they're different.
Yeah.
So therefore, you don't get many black Ethiopian sprinters and black Kenyan sprinters. And of course, the Americans, the black Americans, are from West Africa, so therefore they're different body types. So genetics does play a big part in it. But once again, unless you're going to be able to put those genetics to good use in terms of not just the information in terms of how to train and what to eat, you also have to have an environment which encourages you to train, to do, because of course, from a genetics point of view, you don't have those genetics that you can just run. You have to then put the work in.
You got to put the work in. And again, I think it all goes back to that discipline, doesn't it? And having that structure. So let's talk about, like you said, you were 3 years of age, you started kicking your first ball. Who was your first influence? Was it an uncle and aunt? Was it your dad? Was it mom? Was it cousins?
Absolutely my dad. Absolutely my father, because my father always, because he's very sporty. I mean, he's a colonel in the army, so first of all, discipline is important.
Yeah.
And secondly, from a sporting perspective, interestingly, I swam competitively from the age of 7. We used to swim in Miami. My sisters used to come and swim internationally, and I came to swim in Miami on the 10s when I was 9 years old from Jamaica in an international meet for my swim club, Marlin. But what used to happen when I got to, I've always played lots of sport, but we lived near the stadium pool in Jamaica. We used to walk to go to training every day, swimming practice every day. And every now and again I'll stop off to play football. And my dad said, if you're not going to take this seriously and not go to swimming practice every day, because you could always play football at other times, he said, stop swimming. So my dad always said, unless you're going to do it with all authenticity in terms of putting the effort in. So he wanted me to go to training every day. And because every now and again I'd stop off and play football with my friends, he said, stop swimming.
Yeah.
So my dad always said, whatever you're going to do, you give it 100% commitment.
What was your stroke at swimming? Was the one breaststroke?
Yeah,
that was your preferred?
Yeah, breaststroke was what I did. My sister did IM, she did backstroke freestyle, butterfly. She did the individual medley, she was very good. And once again, because sport generally, or just not just sport, but in terms of education, you put your mind to it, you can do it. My sister then didn't take up squash until she was like 20. Yeah. And at 25, she was playing squash for Jamaica. So and she was a good squash player, but she worked really hard. And my dad always said, whatever you're going to do, you have to work really hard at it.
So it sounds like from a young age, you were doing a lot of sports. And what age was it when you started to really specialise into football, where you probably got rid of the most of the sports? Was it in the teenage years?
I didn't really get rid of it because, of course, at school, I only went to a rugby school in England. I didn't play football at school. I played for a local football club, but I played rugby at school only. So then I played rugby for London schools. We had London school trials because I could run, so I'm playing rugby up until the age of 15. That's when I gave up. Because in Australia, when you get to 15, 16, you get those big boys who want to really hurt you. I was a good runner, I could pass, I could move, but then all of a sudden in these trials, these boys were trying to kill me.
You get a few of those Kiwis coming after you.
I played for cricket. I played at Middlesex when I was 13, 14.
Yeah.
So as much as I played football, because I wasn't concentrating on being a professional footballer, that's my favourite sport, so I loved it. But I played cricket because I loved it. I played rugby, I played table tennis, I played squash, I played all sports. And I didn't know I was going to be a professional footballer until I was 16 and a half, and I became one at 17. So I wasn't then thinking at 13, 14, 15, I'm not going to concentrate on other sports. I played sports because I loved playing sports, but football was always the easier and the more accessible sport.
It's really, this as well, it's very political and topical on early specialisation and doing a mix. And what we discovered in the Premier League and the English FA when we worked on this EPPP project,
and it was through Loughborough Uni. We actually discovered that doing a multiple set of sports at a young age, all the way through up until teenage years, actually built up what was called a foundational base. And the foundational base was building up agility, balance, coordination, and speed. And we actually discovered as well something that was really, really interesting. To be able to create fast twitch fibers, you need to build up a base of slow twitch fibers first. And then on top, your fast twitch fibers grows and develops. So it's really interesting to see that you, within that case, sort of like doing all those foundations, you were doing a lot of different sports, swimming, you know, you said you were doing rugby, and football wasn't really specialised until you were 16.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that because, of course, you look at the correlation and the crossover between sports as much as you don't think. Because, for example, for goalkeepers, you look at footwork. Now, if you look at the way tennis players play tennis, they never cross their legs when they run across. They move sideways, and the goalkeepers do. Yeah. So you have boxers. Yeah. So therefore, and as much as even when I did box as well, till they started to hit me too hard, I went to boxing training, and I love boxing. I was a really good boxer, and I love training with my friends. I played at the YMCA, but every time there was a boxing event to box somebody you didn't know, I said, I'm not interested in that. But the footwork involved. So therefore, and this is not, I mean, now they're teaching you how to do it, and they're telling you that specifically this is what you do. But when you learn it by just doing it with a boxing coach, for example, I'm not thinking about my footwork for football, but it comes naturally. You know, you don't cross your legs in football either. You know, you move sideways. So all of these sports helps you in football because, of course, there are different dynamics, changing, you know, angle, changing directions. I play a lot of squash where you got to come forward, you got to come back to the middle, you move sideways, you move in and out, you move. So of course, now in football, they teach you all of this specifically for football. Yeah. But a lot of other sports gives you an idea for football in terms of the movements that you have to make subconsciously without even thinking about it.
Without even thinking about it. So we move on a little bit as you get more into closer to your teens. At what age was it when you first had that first experience of going overseas and leaving Jamaica? Was it 12, 11?
Well, I was going, as I said, we were going to Miami. Jamaica's an hour from Miami, so our family and lots of Jamaicans go up there. So I was going to Miami, you know, very regularly, two times a year, 3 times a year. We swam there and played football in Miami when I was younger, because in Miami they've got a big Hispanic population, so they always played football. So even when I was young, you know, I'd go up and play football. But of course, I then came to England when I was 12, 13 years old, permanently. Emigrate. But before then, America, we didn't go anywhere else really, because our cousins in Miami, so we didn't really go around. So mainly from a swimming perspective, my sister swam in Colombia, they swam all over. So yeah, we were always well-traveled, but mainly just to America.
And just to finish on this little mini segment before we go to an ad break, but Miami and the football's getting huge then, you know, I'm probably going to talk about David Beckham. He's doing a great thing as well for the game over in the USA. Do you actually know David fairly well? Have you met him?
I don't know if I met him, but I don't know him that well, but I have met him. But, you know, like anything else, football has been around for a long time.
A long time.
You know, as I said, at his 19... born in 63, by the early 70s I was coming to Miami. A friend of mine was coaching in Miami back then, and I used to come even when I was 11 and 12 years old, playing Miami Classics against the teams from Miami, from Jamaica. So, you know, as much as we're thinking that this is new, this has been around for a long time, it's much more professional, it's much more organized, it's much better funded. But even back then, we were coming up to Miami to play football matches back then in the early 70s.
Yeah, I mean, we had Pele, didn't we go there? Was it in the 70s?
Of course, Pele came, France came out with Johan Cruyff, they all came.
So we've had big superstars.
But then what you didn't have is that many local players playing. They brought the superstars over, whereas now you have loads of local players. The one thing I would say about that, though, is, and which could really help America to grow even more, is if they, you know, stop viewing it as a middle-class sport. Yeah. You know, if you get the athletes who are playing American football, baseball, basketball, the real athletes, and they come play soccer, because, of course, the best athletes in England and wherever, I'm not talking about specifically for boxing or sprinting, but just athletics generally, you know, everybody wants to play football, whereas here, football seems to be either a middle-class sport or a sport for immigrants in terms of whether you're Hispanic or you're from, you know, whereas the local American kids, it's only the middle-class college kids who play football. If that changed, you really see America growing.
Amazing. A big thank you, John. We're going to go to our first ad break, but when we come back, we're going to do a little bit of magic. We're going to leave Chicago and we're going to skip all the way across to Houston, and we'll come back with our second part where we're going to talk about John's life, signing and playing professional football at Watford, moving on to Liverpool, and a little bit about England. Watch this space, listen to the advertisements, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
And it won't be as sweaty in Houston, although it's hotter.
Thanks, John, and thanks everyone for listening in. We are super excited. The Professional Player Pathway book is finally here. It's just launched. You can now purchase this book. If you want to learn what it takes to make it as a professional football player, if you've got a son or daughter who's aged between 7 and 8 all the way up to 23, this has got the 7 pillars and the 7 secrets on how to make it in the Premier League, in La Liga, in the top leagues around Europe. The project that I worked on, the Premier League and the FA, spent £1.6 billion to date on this project. It produced players like Lauren James of Chelsea, Jude Bellingham of Real Madrid, Trent Alexander-Arnold of Liverpool, and many, many more. Guys, if you want to make it as a pro, the Professional Player Pathway book is the book for you. Hi everyone, we're back from our ad break. It's the second part of the podcast with John Barnes. So thank you to Modern Technology. We've just come all the way from Chicago. We're now magically in Houston. Welcome back, John.
Thank you very much. Equally as hot, but not as sweaty.
Now, we're going to speak to John about his illustrious Liverpool career and how he first heard about getting the opportunity to sign for Liverpool. But obviously, you spoke to us about your career at Watford and then going into Liverpool. So if you can explain a little bit about the background and the amount of time that you spent at Watford, and then obviously when that first opportunity come for Liverpool.
Well, I was at Watford for 6 years, and this wasn't the first opportunity I had to leave Watford because, of course, I've been there for 6 years. I've been playing for England for 3-4 years before I even went to Liverpool. The goal against Brazil was when I was 20 years old, and I had another 3 years at Watford. So in between then, I'm sure that opportunities like AC Milan may have been interested in another club, but I stayed at Watford for 6 years. And Graham Taylor's the one who actually said to me, "You are going to go to Liverpool." Because he said that's the right club for you. The time is now right for you to go. You've done your apprenticeship, if you like, because now what happens in football is that the young player plays well for 1 year at a decent club, and then he costs £80 million and goes to a club and he sees inconsistency because he's not shown he's at a level of consistency over a period of time, which will then warrant you coming to a big club to know that you're going to hit the ground running, you're going to do well, and you're going to be consistent. Peter Beardsley was at Newcastle for 6 years. John Aldridge was away at Oxford and Newport for 6, 7, 8 years before he even came to Liverpool. So back then, clubs really did their homework on you to know, yes, you're a good player, but can you prove year in, year out that you can do this? And that's when Graham Taylor actually came to me and he said, Liverpool have come in for you and you're going to go to Liverpool. They came in January 1987 because then you could have gone at any time. There's no transfer window. But he said that, okay, you're going to go at the end of the season. You're not going to go to Liverpool now because... and he's right, and I still believe it, that mid-season is not a time for you to go to a club because you have to bed in new culture, new system, new teammates. You've got to get used to the tactics. So it's always good to go at the start of the season where you can have a good pre-season, physically, mentally, getting used to the players, getting used to the system, the tactics. So I then went to Liverpool at the beginning of '87. And Peter Beardsley came at the same time as me. About a week later, he was the most expensive player. So it was a bit of a change for Liverpool because Rushian had gone to Juventus, Kenny had retired. So it was really, me and Peter and John Aldridge really were to replace those two.
So try and replace them. So you went to Liverpool in '87. And that first pre-season, what was it like when you first hit the training grounds with joining all the new Liverpool players? And was you nervous? Was you confident? Was there any players who really stood out to you?
Well, as I said, I've been playing football for 6 years. I've been playing for England for 3 years. I've been playing in the England squad with Liverpool players. So I wasn't obviously apprehensive, but I wasn't nervous because I knew my preparation was such for the last 6 years that I was able to play. I was able to perform, and I played against Liverpool many times. So while there's a bit of apprehension, there wasn't any nerves. And obviously I felt that these Liverpool, but I know the Liverpool players, and individually, Russian Dalglish, but they weren't there anymore. But the Liverpool team were still the best team, which was amazing to me because if you look at them individually, apart from obviously Russian Dalglish, the rest of them, the Ronnie Whelans and the Steve McMahons and the Stevie Nichols, Alan Hansen was special, but Jim Beglin, it was like, well, they're not superstar players. How come they're the best team in Europe? And it really was the Liverpool way. Yeah. And then I got into learning the Liverpool way, which came from Bill Shankly through to Bob Page to Joe Fagan to Kenny, and just learning about the Liverpool way. So therefore, as much as I was a better or more even senior player than a lot of Liverpool players in terms of my experience and the fact that I'm playing for England, I had to learn from them the Liverpool way, and that's what Liverpool did. They looked at players who they thought could fit into the Liverpool way. I came from Watford, which is a long ball team, so how can I play the way Liverpool played that from the back? But they saw something in me that I didn't even know I had in myself, because that's what they do. They don't coach you, but they look at you and they watch you playing for your club and they say you can fit into what we want without you even knowing yourself. Because when you get to Liverpool, they don't coach you. You just have to absorb the Liverpool way by learning from what you see from the players who've been there before and done it.
I was born in 79, so around that 87, 88, I was like 9 and 10, and we used to spend a lot of time up at the stadium, down to Melwood, climbing that wall, getting past the barbed wire to watches. And then I remember like 10, 15 years later then becoming a coach myself, but thinking back that what we used to, the glimpses of what we used to see, it didn't look like we seen a lot of coaching. It looked like a lot of small-sided stuff going on.
That's what it was. 6v6, 7v7, 8v8, depending on how many people turned up. But you learned, because that's what football is. Apart from, when you're shooting and crossing, or when you're defending and stopping crosses, you're playing in a middle third, whereby it's all about 8v8, keeping the ball, getting into certain positions to be able to deliver the final pass. And that's all we did. We did 5-a-side, didn't do any coaching. Which is really, that's why I'm glad I didn't go to Liverpool at maybe 17. Because at 17, 16, 17, you have to be coached.
Yeah.
Whereas Liverpool didn't bring in young players and put them in the team, because they're not going to coach them. Buy players early to mid 20s who had the experience, and they saw that you could fit into what they wanted, so they didn't coach us at all. So it was amazing to me how, coming from a team like Watford, from the first week in pre-season doing what I did, it was like I played for them all my life, and it was like I'd never played this type of football before. How am I doing it? But they would have known in me that I could actually do it, and I think that they look at the intelligence in terms of how you play for your club, to use your initiative to work things out yourself, because that was Liverpool's mantra: work it out yourself.
I remember growing up, and Dad, he was an armchair supporter. He drove wagons all around the country, delivering to like supermarkets, but he even knew it was the Liverpool way. Pass and move, the Liverpool grew. That's like what we grew up with as fans, and it's exactly what you guys were doing, wasn't it?
Well, Ronnie Moran, that's what he said: pass and move, don't stand still, rotating in positions, So there are times when, I would go to left back, Stephen Nicol would come over, and then I knew how to play left back until we could get back into position. So rather than passing and standing still, it wasn't just passing and moving, but moving into a different position, and everybody had to do it. So therefore the formation stayed the same, even if the personnel was different. So the rotation, where Peter Beardsley would drop off into midfield, Simon Mann might run, and Peter Beardsley would become that midfield player. So therefore you always had the shape, and maybe the personnel changes, but the shape to continue to move, either offensively or defensively, when all of a sudden Peter Beardsley is the deepest lying midfield player, and he has to defend like Ronnie Whelan. But once again, this is something that you have to have the experience to know. You can't be a 16-year-old kid and understand that.
Yeah.
So that is why Liverpool didn't really have all of these youngsters coming through. They bought a lot of young players when they were 21, 22, and then they learned the Liverpool way, but they didn't have 16 and 17-year-old players going into the team.
It's really interesting, you said before as well about like not being coached. You shouldn't be coached at that top level, you just turn up and do your job. But it was one of the things that I wrote about in the book, in the professional player pathways, that we discovered at academy level. Coaching's important for youngsters. You've got to coach them skills, technique, tactics, but we discovered with the English FA and the Premier that we're probably over-coaching them too much. And it was really interesting that we went down the route of 2 sessions a week where we weren't able to coach. We just put them on the pitch, 4v4s, 5v5, 6v6s, and just gave them a basic condition. And I think we've realised, over the past 20 years, that we probably were over-coaching them a little bit too much in England.
Yeah, well, they have to do both. Of course, they have to be coached at a young age, but they also have to be able to use their initiative to work certain things out, because everything that, from a coach's perspective, when you go out there, if it's not working what I told you to do and what I told is going to happen as a coach, what are you going to do? You can't look to me and say, well, you said this wasn't going to happen. So Liverpool obviously took it to the nth degree, and maybe the English FA in the old days, were the opposite. But I think the balance is very important, because, as I said, when we played football, for example, and you would know as a coach, you'd have to put on, you'd have to then say to the players 2-touch for them to have 2-touch. At Liverpool, we never did.
No.
But we still had 2-touch. So I've been at clubs and even for England, when you're having 8-a-sides and you're playing, then also the coach will go 2-touch, so you have 2 touches because you're forced to. Then he goes right free, and everybody starts to dribble. In Liverpool, that was never the case. They still play 2-touch, because that's the way you play until you get into, obviously, each penalty box. So this is something that you actually learn as you get older, and you have to experience and go through. And because it was a Liverpool way, Liverpool never had to say 2-touch, but they would. I remember some new players coming, and then all of a sudden Ronnie Moran would have the players got to have more than 2 touches, and they'd say, yeah, but you said it's free. You said free, but if you know the Liverpool way, free means 2-touch. Until you don't have to do it anymore. Whereas it's the other way around.
Yeah.
Players will then take 2-touch when they have to, but when they don't have to, they dribble. Whereas in Liverpool, it was the other way around. We take 2-touch all the time, and when we don't have to, but then when we have to, that's when we dribble.
Now, obviously, you had an illustrious career with Liverpool. You won many, many trophies. You were there for 10 years. Is there one final, is there one league title win, is there something that really sticks out in your memories that you think that was the most enjoyable?
Well, I think 2 things. The biggest lesson I learned when we won the first league championship in my first year, when we beat QPR 1-0, and I came and I expected a huge celebration, and Ronnie Moran had the winners' medals in a bag. He put them on the table, didn't make a song and dance about it. He just said pre-season training July the 5th. Didn't make a song and dance about it because, of course, we won the league, but what is success? Success is the repetition of success by doing it again. And how do you keep that hunger to do it again? Is when you've done it, forget about it. So obviously, that's easy philosophy to have when you're winning. What about when you're losing? And when we lost to Arsenal, last game of the season, came in, losers medals in a bag, said pre-season training July the 5th. Because had we wallowed in self-pity and despair because we've lost the league in the last minute of the last game of the season, we'd never have raised ourselves to win it like we did the next year. So when you win or when you lose, you give 100% effort, commitment, determination, authenticity in your efforts. And if you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. You know, there's a lot of people who say, well, it doesn't matter if you win. Of course you want to win, but if you give 100% and you lose, there's nothing you can do about that. So I always learned that from the Rudyard Kipling's book about triumph and disaster, a great poem talking about the way you treat those two imposters. You can't necessarily, you could play in a cup final and hit the post 20 times, play really well and lose, but you've given it all, so you can't do anything about that. So my whole 10-year period at Liverpool, from a league perspective, the good and the bad, is the most important thing for me. But the one moment I'd say is probably the FA Cup after Hillsborough, when we beat Everton, because it was fitting that it was a Merseyside Cup final, Liverpool versus Everton, because Evertonians would have lost loved ones in that as well, because as you know, Liverpool is not a divided city geographically, religiously. Some people support Everton, some Liverpool neighbours, even brothers and sisters. So they would have been hard hit by Hillsborough as well. So it was fitting that it was a Liverpool-Everton Cup final. So those two games, well, the Cup final is probably the singular game. And the biggest lesson I learned was when we won the league for the first time and we lost the league against Arsenal.
That's brilliant. Now, obviously, you blessed to work with many coaches, and you were influenced by a lot of them that you worked with, but also, you know, you've mentioned and spoke about you were influenced by coaches who were at the club before you. Was there one coach in particular, or one thing that was said to you in your career that really stood out and that really influenced you?
Well, first of all, I think that, you know, when I came to Liverpool, and I've said it all along, I felt I played under Bill Shankly, because what Bill Shankly did, Bob Paisley continued, Joe Fagan continued, Kenny Dalglish continued, so Roy Evans. So it's just a continuation of Bill Shankly. Nothing was new. Nothing changed. I mean, when Graham Souness came, it kind of changed. Then football was changing. Then Houllier came and things changed. But up until that point, Liverpool was just Bill Shankly and what he did. And all the coaches were promoted from within. So therefore, that continued. And the lessons he learned, running around was probably because he had a hard time explaining it, because his delivery of his explanations weren't great. So you have to understand Ronnie policy. Just to give an example of the lessons that he taught us. For example, Jim Beglin played left back, and he said to Jim, for corners against, as a fullback, you go on the post defending. So the corner came in and there was a goal, and he said to Jim Beglin, where were you, son? He said, I was on the post. He said, what are you doing there? He said, you told me to go there. And he said to him, yeah, but if I told you to jump in a fire, would you do that? Now everybody laughs and thinks it's a stupid thing to say, and I suppose if you just take it at face value, it is. But what he's saying to Jim is that I've given an instruction to be on the post, but while you're on the post, if you see danger somewhere and use your initiative to know that that's more dangerous, and you leave the post, although I've told you to be there, they love it when you do that. They love it when you do that, because so many players get away with just being given instructions and just following it to the letter of the law. Meaning if Jim was on the post and he knew 100% that they were going to score, but he's still going to stay on the post, and he stays on the post and they score, and the coach has a go at him, and Jim says, no, but you told me to go on the post, so you can't have a go at me. The Liverpool coaches wouldn't stand for that. They say, you use your initiative. So, you know, these are the lessons that you learn in Liverpool. More than any other club, they allow you to use your initiative, which is why they look at you for the years and they say, have you got that initiative? Do you have that experience to do that? Rather than us having to coach it into you. And there's so many good players who've come to Liverpool, and if you don't learn that Liverpool way, no matter how good you are, you won't make it.
Yeah. Now, one of the final ones I want to finish on before we go to our next ad break is, obviously, you know, Shankly instilled a lot into the club. We obviously have gone through a bit of a period before Jurgen Klopp joined us where we weren't so successful again. I feel like Klopp sort of taught us a little bit about how to win again and brought that winning mentality back. Do you think that there's a lot of talk, and I see it from a fan's point of view, you see a lot of negative talk about Klopp's gone, it's the end of the world, it's going to be another 5 years before we win a trophy? Or do you think it's not going to be that bad, and do you think Klopp's installed some of the winning culture back into the club, and do you think Arnie will bounce off that?
Absolutely. I mean, Bill Shankly, after Bill Shankly, Bob Paisley took over, and he was infinitely more successful than Bob Paisley, than Bill Shankly. It was easier for Bob because Bill Shankly started it, and it's always easier to start a revolution than to continue it. Yeah. Because starting is always difficult, so I still put him ahead of Bob Paisley in that respect, although Bob Paisley's won more trophies, infinitely more than him. Jurgen started something again, but it's going to be different now, because obviously after Bill Shankly, everything continued the same. Promotion from within, it went to Bob Paisley, to Joe Fagan, to Kenny Dalglish, to the training methods, the staff, everything stayed the same. things are going to change. Because Jurgen now, you know, the way that he had Liverpool in the last 9 years, if he was going to promote from within and it's going to be a student of Jurgen and things are going to be the same, the methods, then, you know, it will just continue. Whereas it's the unknown because it's going to be new, because Arne Slot is different to Jurgen. He's going to bring a new system, a new philosophy to the team. We're not going to be playing as heavy metal football, as dynamic as Jurgen. We're going to be more considered. Extra passes in midfield, probably play a bit more on possession, a little bit more quality in our deliveries rather than just, you know, getting forward, up and down. You could look at the nature of the midfield players; they're more technical. But the quality of the players, and more importantly, the character of the players, is good. Which means that, you know, you've seen it in the past when Fergie left, when Arsene Wenger left, when Mourinho left Chelsea, that all of a sudden the players then dropped a level because the players responded to those managers, and a new manager coming in, they don't respond to it because they know if we lose, the fans are going to not boo us, they're going to boo the players.